Libero, Urs Rinker, Böhne Solo. Die Dreiergruppen bitte spielen nach den Tablets, nicht nach dem Spielplan. Und ich wünsche allen einen guten Turnierstart.
Tony, nice to meet you too. Hi. So. I'm lucky. Das wird ja noch hey. Meter, du bist auf die andere Seite gegangen. Jetzt ausdrücken? Eigentlich nicht. Eigentlich auf 4. Wer ist eigentlich der dritte? Mir Never.
I'm easy. Roll the dice. Roll Las Vegas, red or black.
Okay.
I'm good at the practicing when this game is shite. Oh, bullseye? Sorry. Right, my first thought. Yeah. Bullseye. Sorry, gentlemen. Oh, Danny.
I'll take it. Green.
Green, nice one. Irishman. Green. All three. Thank you.
Red.
Best of luck, mate.
Good afternoon and welcome to our live stream coverage of this, the 9th Swiss Darts Corporation event, live from Hausen. Of course, Stefan Belmont, our reigning undefeated champion, doing the weekend double in tour events 7 and 8. But with him unavailable today, with him not being here, will we see a new and possibly first-time winner on the SDC Tour? I'm joined, of course, by my co-commentator James Wilkinson for coverage throughout the day to get his thoughts and insights as well. We've got 109 players, we believe, entering the field for today and 120 in the field for tomorrow. Of course, these are always double header events. And which names or which groups initially, James, are catching your eye for today?
I think the group for me that I'm disappointed that we don't have is Group 3. I protested significantly last night over text to Mark and Helder for Daniel von Ullmann, Yannick Ludi, and the last name, of course, being Andy Bless. Oh no, I picked the wrong day, sorry. Which, let me find the group for you. I was protesting.
It was obviously really memorable for you, James, wasn't it? With
No, I was right. You're on the wrong draw, Matt. Looking at Group SDC Tour 9, it is Daniel van Ullmann, Andy Bless, Philippe Simoes, and
Yes,
Yannick Ludi.
Simoes,
That's the group that I wanted. That's the group that I was crying out for. But alas, we have been given the hand of Patrick Ray, Rebecca Elsner, Nicholas Wergler, and Fabrizio Barone. How do you see this group going, Trav?
great pronunciation there, James. To be honest, most group stages, when we're sat here previewing them, you have a rough idea of probably the order in which they will finish, the 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're obviously seeing 2 players in this group for the first time. No guesses for saying which one Rebecca is of the 2 players. But I'm really not sure, James. I mean, Patrick Ray, the 19th seed. Really, if you're outside the top 8 seeds, you haven't been getting to quarterfinals on a regular basis. So we don't really know too much about his conviction as seed in this group, and I can't say I know an awful lot about the rest of the players in this group either. So it'll be a nice first experience for me, and hopefully they can provide some entertaining darts for us.
I agree. I think it's going to be interesting to see who's on one. Obviously, a lot of new players. Roger Hertig, sorry.
Yeah, the first seed, isn't he?
The first seed today. We've got Luis Camacho as 3rd seed today.
Yeah.
Thierry Asparagaus is 2nd seed today.
Yeah.
There's lots of players who are not like huge names, but are doing well and seeded quite highly today. I think opportunity maybe for Antitude at 4th seed. Maybe Joel Brighton Motor at 2nd seed. You've obviously got Groudens flying today.
Marcel Walpen's our 9th seed today.
Marcel Walpen obviously is 9th seed. Bless.
Oh my God.
Lots of strong names in the field today, so it'll be interesting to see how. Another player we'll obviously keep an eye on, and a group that really did stick out to me, Group 24. What are your thoughts on that group?
Group 24, yeah, just a group of 3. Patrick Ganter, Daniel Garter, and John D. Bolhander. Yeah, to see Daniel Garter back. He's been in and out of a couple of tour events this year. But the SDC is always a better occasion for him being a part of the tournament. So good to see Daniel Garter back.
20 Annas as well keeps an eye for me. I don't know if you looked at that one. Mark Michel, Sven Hoffman in the same group of 3.
Yeah, I guess it's a relief for both of those men that 2 will be going through. Because, I mean, really you'd expect both Sven Hoffman and Mark Michel to be getting to probably the quarterfinal or last 16, at least the last 16. Yeah, so Sasha Stauffer might be on the top end of some hidings there, but we'll see.
I think the one player that stood out to me is doing very well so far this year. It's not that man in shop, Tony Massiano, but it is Lucas Dalman.
Check out, huh?
No.
Lucas Dalman.
He's done incredibly well this year, yeah.
He's grown to high averages. And a couple of Italians in Group 14 as well to note. Claudio Bono, Rocco Fulminiti, going alongside Connor Steiger, who seems to be rocking a rather new hairstyle, Matt. Any comments on the hairstyle?
Is that? Oh, sorry, the screen just taken us away from Connor Steiger's new haircut. As we're maybe seeing balls come in on Darts Connect. I wasn't aware that the first round was getting underway. We still have no coverage, of course, on our live stream board.
Maybe 10 minutes behind schedule on the streaming board, but are ahead and on time on all of the other boards. Yeah, obviously want to make sure that you guys get the best coverage possible here on YouTube.
And here we go. This looks like our usual setup, as brilliant as always, provided by Mark and Helder, Lauren Fent, and Eggy, of course, behind the scenes at the SDC.
How do you see this game going?
As we can confirm, we do have some games getting underway, including Andy Bless averaging 96, James, after 2 legs.
I know.
But that wasn't a group we really wanted to see, was it? So
no, I know. We want to watch 26 averages, Mark. We love it here in commentary.
we want to watch seeded player Patrick Ray take on Rebecca Elsner.
Mark making sure that we do get our money's worth.
Oh, yeah.
For the hours we put in.
He wants us to be here all afternoon, yeah. We don't have any parties to go to tonight, do we, James? So
no.
We're here all day.
JD Bolhander, unfortunately, 1-0 down already. Another game that I would love to see. Him and Daniel Garter exchanging 31 averages at the moment.
It's a real shame, but we have had strong words with Mark that John will not be featuring on our live stream ever again. But yeah, of course, we'll keep you updated with his progress, even if we won't be seeing it today.
One thing that we've not spoken about, obviously, is you announcing your retirement on Sunday 2 weeks ago, but are back in commentary. Were words had with Mark? I've heard rumours that you and Daniel Garter have now both received fines from the SDC.
We have, yeah. It's unfortunate, you know, when Daniel Garter was the first player to receive a ban and receive a suspension from the SDC. It cast a bit of a dark shadow over Swiss darts in general, and my situation was also explained to me as a dark day and a dark shadow over the SDC. But I have been welcomed back. I have been opened back due to lack of alternatives. And James is very much firmly in control of the buttons today, so I will not be pressing any of those. And that is how our situation will be resolved.
First 4 games have come in. Andy Bless, 87 average, 3-0 win over Daniel Van Olmen. Jochen Groudens, 3-0 win over Sandro Schmid, averaging 78. Mika Flugiger, averaging 46, but is enough for 3-0 win over Mario Arnold. And Mark Bichel, 3-0 winner over Sasha Stauffer, averaging 63.
It's funny you mentioned about Lucas Dalman, James. I'd say Lucas Dalman and Mika Flugiger have almost changed roles in the 2022 to 23 season. I'd have said last season Mika Flugiger was the better player of those two, more likely to go on and push to semi-finals or finals of tournaments. This year, there's no comparison who's more likely to go far, is there?
No, Mika Fluger is not the player he once was. I don't know if he's struggling currently, but his averages are suggesting so.
He's been really poor, hasn't he, for the last 2 or 3 months?
Yeah, I think I feel for him because sometimes it just doesn't go your way on the dartboard, and I think you're aware of that. You've had that yourself recently over the last couple of months, and it's tough to let it go away, especially when you love darts and you want to play darts and you want to play to the best of your ability.
Yeah, he's still entering the event, so it's no issue with availability or injury or anything like that. It's at least partly mental for Mika at this point. Good opening leg here from Patrick, firmly in control of this one. Decides to just tease with a little double 7 there, which will leave double 17, I believe.
Saw him warming up on it earlier on. I have seen Luis Camacho average 85 in his opening game today, 3-0 winner.
Good stuff from Luis. Of course, he's in a real difficult group for tomorrow, isn't he, alongside Liam Mendel-Lawrence?
Yeah, speaking of Liam Mendel-Lawrence, 2-1 up, currently on Marco Shah, averaging 76. Steady enough, but not where he'd like to be, I don't think.
Funny the progress of Liam Mendel-Lawrence. Sort of burst on the scene, didn't he, on his debut weekend and won the Sunday event. But since then, in the next 2 or 3 tour events, he's been really off the boil, hasn't he? Very beatable. Since his Sunday win in tour event 5, I believe it was.
How do you see the game going on board 26, Trav? It's a tight one at the moment.
Let's have a look. Board 26. Oh, an interesting game. Mika Fluger against Ant Schude just kicking off on board 25 next door.
Interesting one.
26. Okay, it's 2-1 to Tommy Vilchnik so far. I suspect he'll see that one through. Of course, a Croat representative.
I think Slovenian is the nationality there, Matt.
Sorry, James. Yeah, you're right. That's not a Croatian flag.
Putting the fist in there against Adrian Pfister, you might say.
You might say that, James, yeah. But 2-1 seems a nicely poised game to me.
It does. Barry the Bookie Nelson back again, 2-1 up on Lucas Seckinger.
He's really enjoying his Spurs right now, isn't he, Barry Nelson? He's having a good time of it. Is the bookie.
Looks like Joel Brighton-Mose is also having a good time of it on board 32, sorry. 2-0 up.
That's his favourite board, you might say, Joel Brighton-Moser.
Joel Brighton-Moser is very much a player who is not living up to his potential, in my opinion. Never really goes far in tournaments, has opportunities, and just always kind of fades at the end.
Yeah, he's a player you really like, isn't he? He's a player you always sort of tip for bigger and better things, but he's never really shown the promise, has he? And never really gone over the line and reached a final or threatened any of the big boys, really.
It's because his throw is so nice, his grouping is really tight, he just gets nervous and just makes errors right at the last minute. Steady treble there from Rebecca Elsner, matched with one by Patrick Gray. As JD Bolhander looks at 19 to take the second leg over Daniel Garter.
So your first time watching both of these players, I assume, James. What's your first assessments on the throws and the techniques and the temperaments of both players?
Yeah, I think Patrick Gray's throw is steady enough. He's obviously thrown in a nice little 1-4-1 visit there. I think Patrick Ray's obviously seeded 19th for a reason. He's obviously got to a few later rounds. You can't even become seed 19 if you've just got to one last 32.
Yeah.
You would have had to have got to a last 16 in a prior round. So he's obviously got a nice throw. Rebecca also actually has quite a nice throw. And the darts for Rebecca are going into the board at a very nice angle. The only thing I don't like with Patrick is his throw is very low and droopy.
Very, very low. Yeah, I'm glad you said it. His elbow is low and his hand also doesn't raise very high, does it? It's very sort of almost horizontal in the way his release is coming out. Rebecca's arm sort of stands much more to attention, doesn't it? The elbow is much more, well, high on first presentation at least.
As we see Patrick Gray step up to the board for 54, a big fat 14. The top's a great guide. Can he just cushion in off that one? No, he can't. The only thing I will say as well, the angle of entry of all darts into the board there were very ropey and all very different as well.
There's again, I like to add these kind of comments to maybe if you're thinking about this at home. Which professional darts player does Patrick Gray's throw remind you of? There's one or two that are sticking out for me, but I'm going to say just one name.
Let me have one more look. There is someone that throws that low, and I can't think for the life of me who it is. He's left Madhouse,
Ooh, he has
which I
left
wouldn't
the
want to
Mads,
do.
yeah.
Who are you thinking?
Well, I was thinking of two players initially. I was thinking of Jermaine Watamina. I was also thinking of Steve Lennon, are the two that he kind of first reminds me of. But Watamina was the one that...
It's definitely not a Steve Lennon type, I don't think. Her throw reminds me of Ross Montgomery's. If you watch, he touches it almost just on her nose and gives it a little like 1-2 before releasing it.
I wish we were watching Ross Montgomery against Jermaine Watamina. Fortunately, we're not.
If you look, she'll just bring it back to her nose, do a one touch, and then out it goes.
Similar places in the board to Ross Montgomery as well. Treble 20s. Yeah.
Treble 20 and single fours. Ross Montgomery loves that little combination.
Richie Hausen as well was loving single four last night, wasn't he? And
he was indeed.
Of course, it's worth mentioning where a couple of our bigger names and bigger players were yesterday. Felix Schiert and Stefan Belmont, both representing Switzerland in the WDF World Cup event. Indeed.
I'm almost thinking whether it's worth Felix Schiert going there or if he should remain in the SDC and dominate here first. He's not really got a foothold in the SDC yet. I mean, he's obviously made finals, but I don't think when people are looking around the field, they're looking for Belmont's name, they're looking for Bless, they're looking for Walpen. I don't think people are looking for Schiert.
I guess the same could be true of Schiert choosing to enter Challenge Tour events, or even Belmont or Walpen choosing to enter Challenge Tour events as opposed to playing on the SDC. Of course, it's more publicity and potentially more prize money if you win, but really when they're, well, still trying to dominate the Swiss circuit, you'd think, especially with the prize money on offer here today, 1,000 francs for the winner, is it not more lucrative for all of the players, including Schiert, obviously, to just stay here in Switzerland? But that's their own decisions. Of course, no Schiert and Belmont today, as we say. Which might leave Marcel Walpen licking his lips for a first title of the 2023 season. So Patrick Ray got the job done there, didn't he, on double one?
And Schuh 2-0 up on Mika Flüger. I think if you asked me how that game was priced up before the start of the tournament, I would have said Ant Schuh for me is at 1-5 against Mika Flüger.
I'd have maybe gone even shorter against current form Mika Flüger. Even I start almost favourite against Mika Flüger.
I think you start favourite against Mika Flüger.
That's saying something.
How's Tony Mattiano doing? We see him lingering here on the stream board, but he's clearly playing a game.
He does like to linger, doesn't he? Does Tony?
He also likes to play darts in his garden, we know.
He does.
45.
All that windy practice is doing him no good, though, James. He's 2-0 down, averaging 39.
On David Millea of Ireland.
We've seen David Millea a few times, haven't we? He's entered several SDC Tour events now.
What do you think of Rebecca's chances of qualifying out the group after watching the last two legs?
Well, in the research we did before this game, James, we know that...
Get board 12 on the live stream right now. I've just seen Markin Helder and Exxon Oluri are about to play each other on board 12.
This cannot be real. I don't think this has happened before, has it?
No.
I think this is history in the SDC making.
So this is two of the SDC founders competing against each other on board 12.
I hear the stakes on the line. Stakes in the company on the line.
I wonder what group this is.
Yeah, we know that Rebecca has qualified out of her groups before in the SDC. I don't think she's played in every event, but she's certainly played in a few, and has reached the last 32. So by no means is it a forlorn hope that Rebecca and Elton can't qualify today. We haven't seen the other two players in the group, but losing and not gaining a leg off Patrick Ray, which looks likely at this point, will certainly be damaging. If you feel she needs to win both remaining games, or if she does lose 1-3-2, so she'll need to be really competitive in the next two games if she does want to progress.
You do think that Patrick Ray will come out on top in the end?
I haven't seen a performance from Patrick Ray to suggest he's going to beat every player in this group 3-0. I don't think he's going to be blowing players away with what I've seen in this performance here. It's just been very sort of average. from Patrick.
It's been, I'd say, upper half of average though. I think he's been steady enough, but he's not looked. I think
when you have the seed in your group and you see Patrick Ray, you're probably licking your lips. I think he's one of the weaker quarter of the seeds of all 32 seeds here today.
I think you're probably right, but also at the same time, the one benefit of the doubt I'll give to Patrick Ray, as a player who plays like a relatively steady level of spears, probably around that 70 average or whatever.
Well, that's a brilliant 75 check.
It's a great check. Is you don't need to push yourself until you have to do it.
Yeah.
So realistically, he's won 3-0. He's not allowed Rebecca to have a dart double. I think that's a convincing performance from the seed in the opening game.
Yeah, he's played well. He's played well, and maybe I've been a little bit harsh on Patrick's abilities maybe to beat the other players in his group. But yeah, that didn't blow me away, that performance. I suppose as a first round group game, it would be very hard to do, but we will see in time. The fortunes of Patrick Ray. Patrick Ray did love a little bit of spray, though. That was my only concern.
He did.
The Spray Ray could be a potential middle name for him.
It's not a bad nickname, but I don't think a nickname that he'd want.
No, I don't think he'd want it either. But I think, unfortunately for Eggy, Mark and Helder has began 97 to open this game with the throw. Oh my goodness me. Exxon replies back with a travel.
I can see board. What board are they on?
I think they're on board 12.
No, I don't think they are on board 12.
You can maybe see the number of in the background.
They can't be on board 12 because that's definitely not them.
Alexander Zivanovic is on board 13.
Ah,
Can't quite see board 12.
you're right.
This looks as though it may be our next two players warming up.
Fabrizio Brone.
This looks like Ooh, both could be Fabrizio here. Yeah, I'm going to stake my nail on this. That this gentleman here is Fabrizio Barone, and this lesser-haired gentleman, Nicholas Vergler.
I think I would also agree that Fabrizio Brone is the last hair. I think so, yeah. I think this is Fabrizio Brone. He throws and stands like a Fabrizio Brone. When we find out this is not Fabrizio Brone, it's going to be quite weird.
It will be embarrassing, yeah, it will. It seems Darts Connector's broken down at the thought of Mark and Helder and Exxon hitting trebles. We'll keep you updated on that one. And Shude completes the job on Mika Fluger. Wraps that one up 3 legs to 1. Plenty of other first round games having already been completed. Roger Hurtigard, number 1 seed, flying through 3-0. No troubles for him in that first game there. Angela Heinreich also won her first game 3-2. Last leg decider against Ivo Fiora. Good scalp to beat in the first round game for Angela there.
That's a great result for Angela Heinreich.
Yeah. Ivo Fiora's a very, very steady player. Marcel Walpen averaged in the 90s in his first game victory over Matthias Muller. Lucas Dahlmann and Luis Camacho both impressive as well, winning their respective games 3-0. John Dominique unfortunately didn't pick up a leg against Daniel Garter in that one.
I think that could be him going home now.
But he will have the chance to avenge that game, won't he, in an hour or so's time when those two meet for a second time? Of course, that being just a group of 3. Tommy Bilchnik did complete the job on Adrian Pfister. 3-1. You're not getting me today, James. I'm back with a new sense of professionalism. Fabrizio. Oof. Don't waste 2 treble visits in your warm-up, Fabrizio. Of course, the return of Frida Lang today, James.
Of course, yeah. Averaging recently 100 at home.
A man we haven't really mentioned yet, who hasn't been playing an awful lot this year, has he, in the SDC? See his return, and hopefully he can be there in the latter stages. You know, he loves a feature on the live stream boards, doesn't he? So
He does indeed.
it'd be nice to commentate on him a little bit later. Jörg Schwendemann and Roman Ludin locked in at 2 apiece.
How do you see that one going?
I'm tipping Jörg Schwendemann to get over the line there, but ooh, okay. One of my favourite players on the SDC Tour, Jörg.
Jörg Schwendemann.
Jörg Schwendemann, yeah. As we see the bull-offs taking place in our live stream game, we'll now give that our full attention, and we were correct that Fabrizio Barone is our head gentleman,
Good spot from both of us there.
who will be throwing first in this one.
I can't see any other outcome apart from Fabrizio Barone winning this comfortably. His grouping and his areas around the 20 in the warm-up play have been nothing short of
That
elite.
means this will be 26,
It
and it
will
is 26.
indeed.
Yeah.
Nicholas Wergler, though, did look a bit spray. I think this will also be 26.
Oh! Oh my goodness me! How about a ton pity, Nicholas?
It's a great time to open it, but I still back Fabrizio Barone.
Okay, I think of the 2 as well. Oh my goodness me! I wasn't watching the warm-ups ever so closely, but more darts from Fabrizio seem to be going in the trebles.
I agree.
But Fabrizio, yeah, on the opening 6 darts, does look the better player. Let us know to all of you who are watching along on YouTube. Of course, we like to have a bit of back and forth with our YouTube live stream. Not too many of you in the live stream just at the moment. Just 16 people watching along.
In people watching Fabrizio Barone put in back-to-back scores of less than City.
I hope Fabrizio and Nicholas Wergler have told friends, family, colleagues to watch this game. Of course, both their first times appearing on a YouTube live stream, I suspect. So
I also suspect you're right, and it would be interesting to see how both of them deal with the pressure.
yeah,
Fabrizio Barone obviously putting in a 1-3-3 there, very steady spears. No one's taken the opening leg in that encounter on board 12 yet, assuming it's going to be quite a long leg.
there was some issues with Darts Connect, James, in that Mark and Elder game, so we'll wait on that one.
I think there could also be some double trouble there.
Trouble will be an understatement. Yeah, there will be hilarity. The doubles in that game, I'm absolutely certain.
I feel like it'll be played in comedic effect, but one of those 2 men is going to come out of the group.
We'll just need 1 more win to go through.
Yep, they're playing
That's group of 3.
They're playing in a group of 3 together with the #1 seed Roger Hertig. So Mark and Helder has the opportunity to make his last 64 debut in the SDC.
We asked a rather silly question yesterday, James, didn't we, to each other, that would maybe a Marcel Walpen beat us with 2 darts when we're using all 3 of our own darts? I dare say, can we ask that question to Roger Hertig? Do you think he could beat Mark and Helder with 2 darts?
I think Roger Hertig could beat Mark and Helder with 1 dart. I think Mark, actually, that's unfair. I think he could beat Exxon with 1 dart, and I think he could beat Mark with 2.
Assessment. As for Fabrizio, it's 57, which will leave 32. After that opening ton from Nicholas, he's rather gone a little bit missing, hasn't he, since?
Some players on board 9 I don't recognise. Thomas Eret and Stefan Heitemeyer.
Yeah. There's probably a reason you don't recognise them, James. Those numbers suggesting that they're some of the more forgettable players.
It's very true,
On
but
show today.
also like to keep an eye on all of that. So we get a little booyah for Fabrizio Barone as he goes 1-0 up. Love a little booyah here on stream.
So Fabrizio, after that opening breakfast, really turned that leg around for himself.
MyDarts is watching along on the YouTube live stream. We normally do tend to get a couple hundred viewers towards the end of the day.
We do.
Just for the first couple of games when we're watching mid-biddies and city averages. We do see them tend to be a little bit lower. How are we seeing the games on Group 3 that I mentioned earlier? The games between Philippe Simoes, Yannick Ludi.
We've currently got Daniel von Allmen averaging 80 against Philippe Simone averaging in the 70s, James. So not a great standard of game, you wouldn't say, really, would you?
No, for the group stage, that's quite poor, actually.
Yeah, just 20 points higher than what's on show right here.
We have had words with the senior officials at the SDC to try and get higher quality games on the streaming board so that we can...
Are you saying Nicholas Vergler with 22 is not high quality darts?
Nicholas Vergler has it in the locker, I know, to average 70s, but I feel like a lot of players, when they're on stream, do capitulate a little bit.
It's hard.
But not for Fabrizio.
Oh!
180 for Barone.
Interestingly, no booyah there.
No,
Checks double four, booyah, 180, no booyah.
A lot of commentators curse at the moment going on. I don't know if you've noticed that this morning.
I haven't particularly noticed that, no.
As we see Mark Fischel and Sven Hoffman on board 28, 1-0 to Bichy.
Difficult group for Angela Heinrich. We obviously said that she won her first game in a last leg decider against Roman Ludin. Has to come up against Mateusz Pripic in her next game.
Pripic is a good player.
Yeah, Pripic is a
And I
very
tell
good
you who's
player.
also a good player is Thierry Arpegaus. But is the asparagus going to get cut too short here in Hausen? 2-0 down to Enrico Bada.
Yeah, a name I haven't heard before. Dishing out the asparagus.
Marcel
Certainly
Lupi 2-1 up on Matthias Klenet.
Certainly getting served in that one is the asparagus.
He is indeed, as we see.
An interesting game between Mark Fischel and Sven Hoffman. On board 28, Mark Fischel leading that one 2-0.
Indeed, as we've just seen Jochen Graudens dispatch of Zivanovic.
Yeah, an expected result, that one.
Indeed, 75 left, doesn't go out of ball in a ball. That's your kind of play, as someone who likes to not be as much of a showman, likes to keep it simple in darts.
Yeah. I like the treble 17 play. I think I'm a good treble 17 hitter. Big 18 can sometimes cause me some issues, but he's adjusted well. And as we see for a bit, Nicholas Vergler missing the board there.
Return to sender for sender there, as he's gone 3-0 down to Christoph Schumann, averaging 70. As Philippe Simoes takes that second leg. As we finally see board 12 have their first leg completed. It's 1-0 Mark Elder, averaging 27 against Exxon Ludi. How many dart leg is that?
It's not really worth thinking about, is it? It's
So that there for Mark is a... Ooh, can we get the stats please, Matt? I want the detailed stats on that one. That is an incredible game.
I don't think we can get the paper analysis until the end, James.
Can we see it on this side here? As we see Fabrizio Barone missed 3 darts at double, all on the wire.
We cannot see, I'm afraid, no.
As we see Nicholas Vergler put in last dart into the dubs. Fabrizio Barone with a shake of the head there. Disappointed.
He hit a 180 in that leg, let's not forget. Had plenty of opportunities on double top.
And then he had 2 on double 10 as well. Not what you want to see. Also not what you want to see for a player of Fabian Limacher's quality. 2-2 with Enrad Filovic. As we see an upset occurring on board 24 at the moment. Patrick Ganter won up on John Bolhander. Didn't expect that one so early.
We make this comment a reasonable amount on our board coverage, James, but players of this level, and we say how difficult leaving any other double besides double top can be. But players at this level, I always think, struggle proportionately more on double 20 than they do on any other double.
It's because of the height, you've got to get the weight right. Whereas I feel like when you're at the sides, you can afford a bit more leeway instead of going left and right. You can afford to go a little bit higher, a little bit lower.
Yeah.
It's harder on double 20 unless you're an experienced player and you've learnt the weight under pressure, because the weight is the hardest thing to keep under pressure.
That's true.
If I was some of these players in that situation, it's something that's very difficult to do because you don't want to be seen doing it. But I almost think when you're on 40, it's almost tempting to go 8 or 16 and leave yourself double 16 or double 12. Give yourself a different double. Obviously, it shows a sign of weakness almost to your opponent, so you don't want to do it. But in a situation where you maybe, okay, that's the second leg, that's not that important, but maybe in 2 legs apiece, and Nicholas is on 200 plus, I would consider doing that after missing 4 or 5 at tops there and 2 at 10s.
I think you can even just tell from watching Fabrizio's throw. He's a good spearsman. He's been relatively straight. He's found the occasional treble. He's struggled with his depth, hasn't he? He's been throwing high for treble 20 and low for treble 20. And this is in a relatively low pressure environment, this portion of the leg, where players are above 200. We made this comment to think about Mark and Helder when he was on our live stream in Tour Event 8. The portion of the game he really struggled with is when he got under 200, when there was nerves, when there was counting, when there was, quick switches around the board that his ability couldn't sort of match his understanding.
Great last start there from Nicholas Vergler after missing the board to find that treble.
Excellent recovery, yeah.
Fabrizio will want to find a treble here, otherwise he could be under a lot of pressure.
Just took a little nick off the flight, that dart did, but that's a great treble 19.
Yeah, leaves himself on 56. 57. But here, Nicholas Vergler, 10.
6 or 10, yeah. That's okay, double 15.
Not the best leave there. I actually don't mind that. It's not. I know he obviously didn't mean it, but it's not the worst hit. Double 14 is a steady double. You can afford to go inside. But will Fabrizio hit tops? He's missed this 4 times already. Not this time. Gives it another booyah. City 4 average for Fabrizio Verone. Some steady spears from.
Yeah. It's been a very steady contest on the whole. There's been patches of real good quality, 1 dart quality from both. Yeah, which I suppose is reflected in those averages. You don't average 60 by accident, do you? It's consistent, good level of spears, averaging these kind of numbers.
I know, it'll be disappointing for Nicholas that he didn't get a double of his choice. It was a double he probably didn't want to have a dart at.
Yeah, you've got a massive target there, 6 or 10. You can even err on the side of the treble. Treble 10, treble 6 still leaves you those double opportunities.
I can't see Fabrizio losing his throw here now. I think he's just a little bit too oh, sorry, it's Nicholas's throw. I can't see Fabrizio losing his throw in the last leg, should it go to a deciding leg. As you see, Mark Bushell, 3-1 win over Sven Hoffman, and Alessandro Neufella, 3-1 win over René Soler. I know you were talking about match quality earlier on. Speaking of match quality, can we see how we're getting on board 26, or board 12, sorry. It's
board 12, oh yes, that's the high quality encounter between our 2 founders, wasn't it? Here we are, we're into the 45th darts of the leg from Mark and Helder.
We obviously played doubles with the pair of them when they came to London. Yourself and Mark and Helder against me and Eggy.
Yep.
A 2-1 win for myself and Eggs on Aludi.
Yes, it was. And Mark's actually decided 5 was too difficult, so it was actually 3.
Great dart there from Fabrizio Verone. 115 puts the boot in on Nicholas Vergler. Can he wurgle his way out of this one? Great ton there, though. Keeps him interested.
Do you think Nicholas the Burglar Wurgler should be his darting nickname?
Well, let's see if he can burglar win here first.
Yeah, you made the comment about Rebecca's chances of getting out the group earlier, James. I think her chances went from slim to nearly 0 after watching this game.
These two are steady spearsmen. Like I dare to say that you and Fabrizio are probably pretty similar level. I'd say even if anything, Fabrizio's even might be a touch better than yourself.
19 for tops. If he checks this, I have no doubts about saying he's a better player than me. Just a little bit low.
Almost an 18 darter here. Nicholas, can he get something going? 1, 2, 4. As Mark and Helder check second dart for a 52 darter.
That's really unfortunate from Nicholas because he's now left on an even more difficult proposition than 1, 2, 4. Of course, nobody checks 80. He needs to be careful here. Be aggressive would be my advice first dart, and he is. Bill does, I suspect. He does. So Nicholas, back to climb a mountain here with 80 required.
Great first dart at the treble though. Can he find double 10? Oh, no one likes double 5. Oh, it's a droopy one. No one likes a droopy one at double 5 either.
That's a poorly thrown dart, wasn't it? He decelerated on the point of release.
Interesting encounter here. Double 10 for Fabrizio, far away on the first one, and finds it second dart. And that is Fabrizio Barone, 3-1 winner over Nicholas Wörgler, 1 win away from finding himself out of the group and into the last 64.
That's a really impressive performance from Fabrizio there, averaging just a touch short of 64. He played really well in patches, hit the 180 of course. A little bit flaky on tops, and a couple of his efforts at double weren't particularly close, but on the whole. Him against Patrick Ray will be an interesting game, and I'd say that's very close on paper, two of them.
Yeah, interesting shirt as well on the next one. Keep calm and eat fondue. It's rogue with darts for that to wear. Is that?
Do you like fondue, James?
I'm not a cheese fondue man. I maybe a little bit of chocolate now and again, but it's a very nice, fresh Swiss dart shirt over in the background. I can see. I don't know if you...
Yeah, I'm spotting that on the right hand side there. As we're seeing almost a very spicy Italian shirt, or Spanish shirt here, on left of the screen.
It seems like the players are taking a little break now, so let you join here again in a couple of minutes to summarise the results of Mark Hoodie.
gut.
Hello and welcome back. We've just missed the start of this one, but Nicholas Vergler started us off with a lovely ton 40. The third game of the group stage. Patrick Ray obviously won his first game against... Patrick Ray won his first game, sorry, 3-0. And Nicholas Vergler went down 3-1 to Fabrizio Barone. Just going to remind myself of the names of everyone in the group. Rebecca Elsner 3-0. That was it. How do you think this game's going to go, Trav?
I see Patrick Ray just having too much for Wurgler. Although Wurgler has started very impressively here. He did fade away a bit disappointingly at the back half of that last game there. Yeah, I think Nicholas gets a leg for his troubles, but I see this game being 3-1 to Patrick Ray.
I think Nicholas should win this opening stanza. Another ton 40 here. I mean, averaging over 100 after 12 darts.
He's left under 100, yeah, after 4 visits.
It's very impressive, that. I think I've seen you do that in like a couple of months.
Patrick Spray the Ray has sprayed 3 times there. Puts himself in a lot of bother on his throw in the opening leg.
66 left for Wurgler, doesn't want to be stupid here.
Yeah, 18's probably I'd advise. Okay, hits big too. Doesn't really leave it any easier than he found it.
No, not at all.
Patrick just thinking go down in big numbers here, just 60 to 95. Good last start from Patrick there. Good from Nicholas, leaves double 16.
Good guide almost as well. Unlucky not to find it. One player we've seen struggle recently is Yuri Barth. Hasn't really...
You say recently, James? I think he's been struggling for a little while.
He's been struggling for a while, but at SDC Tour finals, he was obviously seeded 25th, managed to get a seeding spot, which is obviously means he was in the top half of players in the first season in SDC. So then now not pick up. I don't think I've picked up a win in a while. As you see, Nicholas Vergler take the opening leg.
Certainly haven't seen him qualify out the group. No, you're right, for any event in the 23 season. Given that there's been quite a few groups of 3 as well, that's an even harder proposition, really, isn't it? Not to qualify from a group of 3.
He's also got Liam Mendel Lawrence to come and Marco Shaw, which I can't see him winning either of those games. Our first player going home is Mike Bermudez. I hope you enjoyed your weekend, but we'll see you again tomorrow. Marcel Walpen losing a leg to Mirko Maluch, one of your favourites.
Mike Bermudez in a difficult triangle there, isn't he, with Lucas Dahlmann and Benjamin Kretschmer.
Interesting situation in Group AE. 4 players that are around that same level: Angela Heinrich, Matija Pripich, and Ivo Fura. Sorry, 3 players.
Yeah.
I can't work out how that group's going to go.
That could be a real 3-2, 3-2, 3-2 kind of battle, isn't it? We've already seen our opening. 2 games go to the last leg decider.
Pripich could go home if he's not careful, even though he's won his opening game.
Well, he's currently playing against Angela. That game's just finished, beating Angela.
He's currently playing Ivo Fura. Luis Camacho 1-0 up on Stefan Hartmeyer. As you predicted,
a great quality game there on board 26, James, between Frida Lang, the returning Frida Lang, and Adrian. Adrian currently 2-1 up in that one.
Indeed, I didn't expect Vista to beat Lang. Currently averaging 76 from Adrian Vista.
Yeah, it's a high quality performance.
Frida Lang won't want to go home on his first little stanza back in the SDC.
Patrick Ray is in firm control of this leg here. A little fluky tops helps from Nicholas, but Patrick in control of the Vergler throw here.
Good start on board 6 for Roger Touche, averaging 63. It's a man that we saw last year not manage to get out of the 40s. Now averaging 60.
The same can be said of Thomas Ingeland. Remember that game against Jean-Dominique a couple of weeks ago? Where they were both stuck in the 30s. Yeah, Roger's really not a man you want in your group anymore.
Lang takes that game against Pfister to a decider. Lauren Fent getting his opening leg of the day. 2-1 down on Alessandro Tocci. As we welcome Yannick Ludi to the party against Andy Bless, currently 1-0 down. Blessy averaging 65. Roger Hertig's doing very well against Markin Helder, currently averaging 88. 2-0 up.
Very impressive when you blow away players that are considerably worse than you, isn't it? It's a hard feat sometimes to do, to remain that focused and that ruthless.
It is very true.
Again, who is poor, let's be honest.
Mark is not a spearsman, more of a calculator.
Steady there from Nicholas. I think Patrick has at least the 3 in his hand and possibly 3 more.
I think he's got 6, let's be realistic.
Yeah, and that's a good 16.
That's a ropey one, it's now a bit blocked. Doesn't find it. So there is an outside sniff here.
Yeah, I'd like to see a little poke at the ball. Which looks like the play here. 12 for the bullseye. Doesn't make it happen. And Ben hits the 4. Okay, that certainly wasn't the play. Back for 32. And to break straight back.
Big dart here though.
Yeah, okay.
Be on the precipice of going home.
They're
here.
reasonably well thrown, but either closer than the next. So Nicholas Vergler, do you like big numbers? That's big 13.
Using a target style dart here, I've noticed.
Lots of ribbing.
Lots of ribbing. Target love the ribbing.
Nice pair of sort of turquoisey flights as well.
I think these are a pair of, looks like NVG spinners.
As he checks on his 8th attempt there at double 16. Finally getting over the line.
How would you price yourself up against Patrick Ray?
As I said, I think he averaged 62 in that first game against Rebecca, and I said I was underwhelmed by that performance from Patrick. He's 1-1 here currently against Nicholas. The scoring has been relatively steady. The doubling was obviously wayward in that last leg. I feel as though me and Patrick, from what I've seen so far, are quite similar players, our ability levels. Patrick's obviously played more SDC events than I have and probably got more big match experience. But I'd say it's a 4-5 evens game myself against Patrick.
I think I agree. I think his grouping is a little bit tighter on the trebles, but I think you're a bit more ruthless on the double ring. As we see Mark and Helder 3-0 loss, but should still be going through the group if he can win that reverse encounter. It's X on a loading.
Good stuff from Roger, 86 average. That's going to be too good for many a man today.
Will it be enough against Exxon in the next game though?
Big question marks, really. Lauren Fent picking up a leg there. Alessandro Tocci. Yeah, Asparagus and Killian Schmutz.
The Asparagus was 2-0 down earlier on, remember?
Well, Frida Lang completes the comeback on the Pfister. 2-1 down, wins that one 3-2.
Incredibly impressive 4-6 at the moment. I don't know if you've spotted that one. Roger Touche averaging 64, 2-0 up now on Thomas Ingeran.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. Last year, Sven Hoffman won our... No, who won our Most Improved Player of the Year, James, last year?
Most Improved Player of the Year was indeed Frida Lang.
Frida Lang, okay. I think Roger Touche is one of the favourites in that award for this season. He's gone from relative group stage fodder, group stage insignificance, to being a fairly consistent last 64 Spearsman. Patrick Ray looks for a 177. Good dart.
171, I'm assuming.
171, yeah.
I think the thing is with darts, and a lot of people don't realise this, is darts is not easy to just make massive improvements. You won't go from from being group stage fodder to winning these titles overnight. No. So the improvement that Roger Tusha had, just being able to go from never getting out of the group to consistently making that last 64 is actually really impressive.
Yeah.
And I don't think people realise how good that is.
No, we've seen Roger a couple of times on our stream over the last year and a half, 2 years, and I'm sure he won't mind us saying this, but he was poor, wasn't he, in some of those games? He was embarrassing the way he was throwing some of those darts, and we were openly laughing about the performance in those games, but no more can you laugh.
Check.
And that's no laughing matter either, as Patrick Ray goes 2-1 ahead, thanks to a little 2-dart combination there. 23 dart, hold the throw. Plenty of games locked in at 2-1 and 2 apiece there. It's,
We see Blatty lose his first leg of the day to Yannick Ludi. He's a dirty stacker, is Yannick Ludi. His darts, I don't think I've ever seen anyone have darts droopier than Robert Owen until I played Yannick Ludi.
it's a title nobody wants, of course, in the world of darts. Is it the Delupiest Spearsman?
No, I know. The one thing that does surprise me is in our group we've got no stackers.
0 stackers.
I know.
Yeah.
Fabrizio Barone, a semi-stacker. I'd say he's more like a Ratajski. He's like
not,
he
is
can
he?
go both ways. He can go under and over, I think.
He certainly doesn't make the grade of out-and-out stacker.
No. I think the biggest stacker in the SDC for me is Yannick Ludi.
Really good from Patrick Ray here. His level's certainly gone up in the last leg and a half, 2 legs. And Nicholas, just as it happened against Fabrizio, Nicholas's level has dropped after that opening leg. It's as though he's got comfortable into the game and then, I don't know, kind of ran out of steam a little bit, or I don't know, maybe just lost a little bit of focus that he had in the very first exchanges in the game.
As we're on the precipice, Lauren Fent going out of the group, winning his first group stage game of the day. He was 2-0 down against Alessandro Tocci, but now is favourite to win the match.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, he got a dart double. 24 darts.
That was good. Pressure on.
Is he now the best player amongst the SDC founders?
His averaging suggests it.
So, just again, I think the play here from Patrick Ray is just go down in big numbers as Lauren Fent sealed the deal on Alessandro Tocci.
25 dart leg. That's steady spears.
That's very steady spears. 2 tons in there as well.
Incredibly impressive Lauren Fent.
Nicholas Vergler with a 140. To really burgle this leg from Patrick Ray. I was just about to say, Patrick Ray needs to think, let's just go down in 60s from here.
When you're on the ropes on the way out of a tournament, which Nicholas Vergler currently is, you really have to...
Yeah, that is the time to focus.
And it's when you see how good someone really is. Can he prove to us with that leg, or Patrick Ray do
Oh my
something
goodness.
miraculous here?
Treble 19 or treble 15. Unlucky. It's a good dart, it's a well thrown dart.
52 left.
Some pressure on this Vergler, double 8.
Is it a guide or is it a blocker?
He certainly hasn't used it, that's for sure.
No score.
Patrick Ray is back.
Check.
Double 20, and there it is. Wraps up a 3-1 victory after Vergler took the opening leg. It's not what in this contest, and that will be almost the race run you feel now in this group for Nicholas Vergler.
Now relying on Rebecca to win, and then a job on Rebecca. It's going to be tough. He's relying on 2 results going his way and winning a game,
Yes.
which you never really want to have to do. But never say never in darts. Trying to have a look at the Lauren Fent group to see how his chances are going. He has an opportunity to get out of his group now. If he can win on the return fixture against Alessandro Tocci as well, that will be 2 SDC founders out of the groups.
almost this might be a suggestion of rigging the draw, perhaps, James.
I know, it's very interesting. Alessandro Tocci can feel hard done by having lost 2 games 3-2. But a good start to the day of Spears and interesting results to come. We will stay tuned. Gridline lost 3-0 earlier to Tommy Dilchnich. Didn't see that one coming. We know that he's been averaging 100 at home, and now in the SDC stage he's only averaging 60. 40-point drop in the average there. It's quite surprising. But anyway, we'll be back shortly to review some of the games coming up and to obviously watch the next encounter between Rebecca
Elsner,
yeah, and
Fabrizio Lamone.
Barone.
Fabrizio Romano?
Maybe you can give us some transfer deadline day updates. Stay tuned.
I don't care. Shy.
Fabrizio.
You got it. Cheers. Very good, Paul.
Genau.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Welcome back to our next group game between Rebecca Elsner and Fabrizio Ballone. One man looks to be on his way through to the knockout stages, while Rebecca Elsner has a rather stiffer task on her hands, needing to win her remaining 2 games in order to qualify. Equation. We were both pretty impressed, weren't we, James, with Fabrizio's first performance. Hitting that 180, of course, and being fairly ruthless on the outer ring. He surprised me with the level of performance he showed, Fabrizio.
How do you see him coming up here against, especially, this game here against Rebecca, you expect he's going to come through?
You would.
How do you think he'll get on against Patrick Ray in the decider for top spot?
In my opinion, Fabrizio's a better player than Patrick Ray, so I am expecting Fabrizio to top this group and Patrick Ray to come through in second. You obviously know Patrick Ray has pretty much confirmed his spot now, hasn't he, in the last... In fact, he has confirmed his spot in the knockout stages. I think this win from Fabrizio would also guarantee his progression through the group as well.
I think Patrick Ray does need Fabrizio to win against Rebecca to guarantee statistically to go through. I think you're right, he's pretty much guaranteed to get through already.
Yeah.
But if Fabrizio wins here, that's then both of them confirmed. It's just who's getting top spot, who's getting second place.
Yes. Fabrizio for a 20-dart opening leg. Oh, that's poor. But I don't think he'll be too disappointed.
It's like a lean at the end of his throw. It reminds me a bit of Richie Hausen, that lean at the end. His darts kind of go in the border at the same kind of angle as Richie Hausen, I think, as well. He's a bit of a stacker, is Fabrizio, the more I watch it.
Rebecca choosing to attack the 12s there. Interesting play.
Good use of the marker on the first one.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Doesn't leave a finish there. So, yeah, I can see a little bit of Hausen. There's not an aggressive follow-through there, is there? He's very sort of glicky in the way he throws his darts.
It's a little droopy.
Yeah, a little bit. His body does sort of sag, doesn't it, with the way he throws. The sort of definite jolting movements in his body.
He's not quite as droopy a throw as Yannick Ludi, but it's getting there.
Yeah, they could be talked about in the same conversation, I think.
It's going to be an interesting game between Van Olmen and Yannick Ludi. Yannick Ludi does like to average around that 60 mark, as does Van Olmen. So I think you would start Van Olmen as favourite.
You would, yeah, you would.
But the decider is coming up shortly. Are we on that decider
It'll
yet?
be winner takes all, I think, between Van Olmen
And Ludi.
Yannick Ludi.
And Ludi is 1 up, averaging 72.
Yes, he is.
Interesting one, that.
Yes, he is.
As we obviously see Fabrizio Ballone go 1-0 up on Rebecca Elsner.
I'm going to make a general statement about these performances, James, and let's exclude the Mark and Helder Exxon group from this conversation. I think the standard of darts today has been more impressive than I seem to remember from any other SDC event. There's been more consistently high averages today, and by high I'm talking 55 plus.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think a lot of viewers will only have eyes on this group stage. They won't get to see what we're looking at. But we're looking at Darts Connect, where you can see all the averages of every single group stage, and you can see the averages of all the different players. And I do agree. I think the averages are slightly higher. I think even the founders are actually putting in higher averages than they normally do. They've gone from 30s to 40s today. I don't know if there's something in the venue that's causing this slight increase in average. Whatever it is, Liam Mendel-Lawrence is not seeing it on board 11, currently having 61 off the 3 legs.
It's funny that you make comments about some venues being more inducive to good darts and others not. And I mean, even our example in London, there's several darting venues that we play at regularly in London, and there's one in particular, isn't there, the Spots and Stripes venue, that I just don't think is conducive for high match averages. Do you? What is it that you can put your finger on about why that might be?
I think there's a couple of factors. One, in the Spots and Stripes example, I think it's the board itself. But here at the SDC, they have the top quality boards, and they're all exactly the same on all the SDC boards. Yeah. So for me, that then goes to the venue, and the venue is something either to do with windows. Is there aeration in there? If not, your hand can get very sweaty, and you don't have the same grip on the dart, and that makes such a difference. In here, I can already see in the background, you can kind of see there's a fire exit there, you can see that there's windows up above, just above.
Very high ceiling as well is what I'm sort of noticing here.
Yeah, and that's great darts from Rebecca Elsner as well. Great 1-3-3. So I think it probably will be a little bit more aerated than that. It's a sports venue, which makes you think it would be more aerated. Whereas when we were playing in KK Thurn, where it was a little bit hotter,
Yes.
it was in just a lecture hall.
A concert hall, yeah.
Concert hall.
Yeah, whatever you'd call it. I guess it doesn't help in KK Thun. There was obviously twice as many participants, days lasting twice as long. What you're saying about a room being able to cool and have an airflow, it's not good when it's, you know, as crowded as it was in Thun for those tour finals. For me, I think some of it as well is down to, I don't know, the lighting or your perceptions. I've always thought the boards in that particular venue were a long way away and that the targets were small. Now sometimes that can just be to do with the brand of board or the lighting, or I don't know, maybe even just your perceptions as a whole, how light, how dark it is, depending on, maybe that affects people's clarity of the board, doesn't it? Anyway, all that conversation aside, Fabrizio Baroni's looking at that very big double 16.
But just outside, so an outside chance here for Rebecca Elsner. We've written her off, but if
Yeah,
she
we
could
have. That 1-3-3 got her nicely back into the leg, and she's choosing to start on the 19th now.
111 left, I think that's a 17.
Should go treble 18 here. 90. Okay, treble 12. It's a treble. It's fine. It's going to take a big chunk out of the score.
Won't want to mess around too much longer here. And doesn't. Finds at second darts. That gives him a 2-0 lead and almost guarantees his spot in the.
Gives it a little
counts.
Sven Geiger bump there on his chest.
And he gives also a fist bump to Rebecca Elsner as well.
No Sven Geiger, of course, today.
No Sven Geiger today.
Possibly the best man on form in Switzerland right now.
I would argue.
Besides Stephen Belmont.
I think Belmont's obviously the best player at the moment, but Sven Geiger is a close second. As we see Ursa Burley put another loss in for Alessandro Tocci, but Tocci could still get out of the group if he was to beat Lauren Bent. See Barry the Bookie Nelson. Was that a loss for the bookie I saw?
Certainly was, but he'll still be sailing through after 2 previous victories.
I think on average, on leg difference, he should still finish top, if I'm not mistaken.
Rafael Gosseco in that group will be going home. Lucas Sekinger and Barry the Bookie will be going through. Steady performances from Joel Breitenmoser there in Group 32. He's just in one leg today.
Mark Bichel having a very steady group as well, overcoming Sven Hoffman once and Sasha Stauffer twice. Sasha Stauffer on the back end of 4 massive viewings.
Yeah, he's been punished today, hasn't he? Another man who knows about punishings, Adrian Pfister.
How's he going?
2 losses, unfortunately, in his first 2 games.
Disappointing. Mika Fluger as well has seen a couple of losses to Ant Schud today. Schudi coming through in top spot with Mika Fluger in second. Has the decider between Markin Helder and Exxon Aluri been resulted yet?
Well, it's currently 2-1 to Markin Helder. We saw Exxon got a leg on the board. He's just had a couple of darts at double to make it 2-2.
You laugh there as to suggest that maybe more than a couple?
Yeah, they're now into their mid-50s, not averages, but spares thrown in this leg.
If Exxon can finish this off, it could be an interesting one. I think Mark should be through on legs difference already, because obviously beat Exxon 3-0 in the opening stanza between the pair. As we see both players choosing to bust their scores.
So Rebecca, now or never for Rebecca.
Rebecca on 245, Fabrizio Baroni on 161. 161 points away from guaranteeing that spot in the last 64. Still has likely 6 more darts, he's going to have to do it, but he's got time on the side.
I really can't see Rebecca leaving the finish from here. Fire a big treble, okay, there's a big treble, 55 left, just stay straight on the 20s, leaves the fish. Yeah, good
Leaves
maths.
it. Sort of give a quick eye to someone there. Maybe she knows she's left the fish.
Of course, I'll just check that we're on mute. No, we're not on mute, that's good. We wouldn't want to miss a fish opportunity, would we?
You love to miss the fish opportunity.
Especially from Rebecca.
Disappointing. 0 darts into the fish there. Obviously got 3 in last week. We were watching on commentary, but my co-commentator Matt, as just mentioned there, did mute us during our... We were very excited during that one, weren't we, Matt?
You guys will never know how excited we were for our first 170 checkouts. Captured live on YouTube. Oh, poor last start from Fabrizio there. Leaves 5 remaining.
Martin Helder about to lose his game to Eggs on Oluri. 2 legs apiece in that one. And Tony Massiano whispering away on the second board.
45.
5 left for Fabrizio Barone. Oh!
Oh, that's
Rebecca's
a
got an
long way
outside
away from
shout
where he's
here.
aiming.
For her first leg, if I'm not mistaken, of the day.
You're not mistaken, it's only a second game of the day. Okay, Rebecca, 86 left.
Double 18.
Looks a reasonable guide, just to brush in front of.
Is it a guide or is it just the dart in the 18s? And whatever it is, she's not used it. 82 left, goes bullseye. 72 is not a bad score to be on. Obviously 16s and 8s are always in play there. Fabrizio will be looking at that one. Oh,
He's
my
done the Richie
God.
Hausen again. You could really see the body move on that dart. That was...
This is what's making me think that Fabrizio is not quite good enough to get to those last 16s of these competitions. Okay, lucky
That's a
missed
happy
that.
accident, yeah. 20 for tops.
Oh, Rebecca, what is that?
Right then, Fabrizio, third time lucky. That's it, big one. Flames treble one, okay.
Oh, that's a droopy one as he looks into the board with disgust. It looks into the camera, sorry, with disgust. So Rebecca's first 3 darts are double in the whole day. Will she find it?
It's double 10.
Oh, that's a bit wayward. We'll want to be aggressive. Oh, not that aggressive.
Joins Fabrizio Bologna on 5.
I think Fabrizio should win from here.
I think there's legs in this leg.
I think
I think there's life in this leg, sorry now.
I think he gets it.
I don't think he does.
He does get it, as I said. Booyah! Fabrizio Barone wins 3-0 against Rebecca. That secures his spot in the last 64. That's Fabrizio Barone and Patrick Gray secured to go through. But who's going to top the group, Trav? We'll find out shortly.
We will.
Welcome back to SDC Tour 8 from Hausen. SDC Tour 9, sorry, in Hausen. We are watching the top of the table clash between Patrick Ray and Fabrizio Barone. Patrick Ray being the 19th seed and Fabrizio Barone being unseeded, but two very steady wins so far. My co-commentator has gone to grab a Brewdog pint, sorry Jochen Growlers, and we are now back for some action. Trav, how do you see this game going?
As they say, beers before the last game of Spears. Our last... Oh no, I'm not. Our penultimate group game. As I said, James, I think Fabrizio is the better of the two players. From what I've seen, I don't quite know why he's starting on 19s. That's a weird and not very wonderful play from Fabrizio. But I think Fabrizio gets over the line here. 3-1.
I think Fabrizio also gets over the line here, and I'm going 3-1 as well. As we can see, our man who's happy in the background there.
Oh, he's really happy.
It's Yannick Ludi. He knows he's just beaten Daniel van Olmen and has qualified. Giving it some booyahs there to some fellow Swiss fans. He'll be using his signature Swiss flights, the droopy ones. Good games going on around the board. Free Lang averaging 81 against Tommy Vilchnik. Luis Camacho 2-1 up on Tom Edet. Huge game here on board A.
Oh my goodness me, this could be the decider for Roger Tusha. He's in strong control after a ton and ton fiddy.
And 2 tons and a ton fiddy. Roger Tusha could be topping that group. This is the first time we'd ever say that Roger Tusha is topping a group at the SDC.
He's averaging close to 60. He's playing well.
He's playing out of his skin. This is the first time in SDC history we've had Martin Helder, Lauren Fenn and Roger Tusha out of the group stages.
James, I'm shaking my head because I don't understand this from Fabrizio Barone. He's scored well in his first 2 games, yet 3 times now in his first 6 visits. He started on the 19s. Why? Explain to me, as a good darts player, why would he be thinking about starting on the 19s?
It's one that you've asked me a question I don't really know the answer to because I've never done it. I don't ever go to the 19s. You're losing out on 9 potential.
Can you even understand his rationale? Like, he's been scoring well on the 20s. He's hit a 180 today on stream, which many people can say they've done.
You can't tell what's going on mentally in another player's head. That's the thing. And Fabrizio Barone might not be feeling comfortable on the 20s, although he's looked at early today.
Yeah, I don't understand if he's not. He's been a good treble 20 hitter. That's what's won him the 2 games that he's won. Okay, interesting. Only Fabrizio will know, but we'll see if it's a strategy he pursues throughout this game.
As we see a very steady setup from Patrick Gray there. Fabrizio Barone on 164 to try and stop the rot, but I think this will be a 1-0 lead for Patrick Gray here.
I think they need to swap nicknames because it's Fabrizio Spray Barone right now.
Check.
See a
No
first
spray
dart
from
check
Ray.
from Patrick Gray. See Roger Tusha lining up 3 darts in hand to secure his spot in the knockouts.
Roger Tusha.
Not managed to do it yet, so his chances for Mike Lotzer. He's going to get lots of chances, you think, with Roger Tusha at dubs. As we see Fabrizio Barone, almost his 2nd one of the group stages, incredible spares.
Even more confusing why he would start on 19s when that's what he's got in the bag on 20s. That's the last comment I'll make on it, James, but
I know.
We'll move on as he's pounding that treble 20 again.
Good little ton there, keeps him in cruise control. Now a lot of pressure for Tusha now. He's on 28 with Mike Klotzer sat on top. How do you see that one going?
Well, as I say, I think I'd prefer to
As
be
we
on
see our second 180 of the streaming board from Patrick Gray.
Booyah! Acknowledged by Fabrizio.
And Roger Tusha does not clean it up, which means Mike Klotzer is sat on tops to top the group.
I still think Roger gets over the line here, just on the basis I'd rather be on double 14 than with tops. It's nervy, it's the last leg decider to qualify. I'd rather be on a double I can go down the side on. Mike Klotzer's obviously gone inside into the 5s and then
spray there.
Yeah, lots of rough spray. He's left it a lot harder than he found it. 25 left for Lotzer.
As we look to see if Roger Tusha can find it, and he does. Roger Tusha likely to top his group for the first time in SDC history. Incredible improvements from Tusha. Group AF, that is. 3 wins now for Roger Tusha. Oh no, 2 wins, sorry, for Roger Tusha. That's 1 more than any of his counterparts. Next up is Mike Glotzer against Thomas Ingrand before it's finale between Thomas Ingrand and Roger Tusha, as we see Patrick Ray go 2-0 up. And in cruise control here, really.
Yeah, relative cruise control. That was a 16 dart leg, that was from Patrick Ray.
Been rather impressed with his
He's really brought
so
his
far.
Ray. Yeah.
He has indeed.
So now needs 3 legs in a row to claim that all-important top spot of the group. Which means you'll just get that much of a nicer draw, isn't it, in the last 64? You'll avoid any, potential real big guns in that first knockout round.
Yeah, I mean, from looking at the draw today, we've not really seen that many strong players finishing second in their group. Okay, you've got maybe Ivo Fura / Angela Heinrich. I think that's...
Maybe Barry the Bookie, someone will be going through in second you'd want to avoid.
Yeah, I think some other players who are in second place. Let's have a look down the draw. Anyone standing out? Zivanovic is going to be finishing in second place.
Yeah, you'd want to avoid him.
Seen some impressive performances from Rocco Fulciniti today. Conor Steiger's not picked up a win in 4. 2 losses to Claudio Dono. Anyone else that's playing particularly well? We're seeing your Fav, Cyril Pulvermüller, like to come through in second.
Not a man you'd fear, probably. You'd prefer playing him than someone like Patrick Ray.
Very true. I mean, Liemacher's had a loss today, so it could be Liemacher finishing in second place. You wouldn't want him.
Of course, he undid Luis Camacho, didn't he, in the last tour event, when he would have finished second in his group that day.
This one as well is a very tough group. So I don't really know how this is going to go between Vilchnik, Frieda Lang and Adrian Pfister. Pfister beating Thomas Vilchnik. Frieda Lang with 1 win as well.
Looks as though Pfister could be in trouble. 2 losses, just the 1 win.
Yeah, very
3
much
games.
so. Frieda Lang also in trouble though in terms of leg difference. Pfister's picked up 2 and 1 against, but he's lost Frieda Lang just the 0 against Tommy Vilchnik.
Could be all coming down to the all-important deciding rematch then between Lang and Pfister.
Yeah. Looks like it will be, as we see Mika Fluger in second place, Shudi topping that group. And obviously Sven Hoffman, we've not even spoken about him, he's going to come through in second place as well.
Yeah.
So there are some difficult players.
There are some snakes in the grass then, aren't there, in second place?
And also Markin Helder as well, how can we forget him? Frieda Lang and Tommy Vilchnik.
Brilliant last start from Fabrizio there. Just to leave his equation really handy.
Very, very tough one here on board 26. Tommy Vilchnik and Frieda Lang are in a deciding leg to decide who could go through and who could go home. This leg of darts basically deciding the fate of these players. It's very, very interesting because these are 2 of the best players we've got in the field today. Frieda Lang has started off the stronger of the 2.
A little bit reminiscent of Fabrizio's Frieda Lang in terms of that excessive body movement.
I agree.
Some similarities. Really wouldn't want to go inside here, and Fabrizio knows it. Weighing up his options.
He will go for it. It'll be aggressive.
Certainly will, yeah.
Oh, he does
my
go
goodness me.
inside. That's not ideal.
It's being aggressive, and then there's this brush spray like that. That's not even close to its intended target.
That's a good guide from that spray. Our prediction of Fabrizio Verone to top the group is likely to be incorrect, Trav. I feel like yesterday watching Lively with Chris Mason and his gimpy friend when they suggested that
they suggested Jared Cole was good value, yeah, to
the
Richie House,
which you disagreed with.
I disagree with that, yeah. And we were right on that prediction, weren't we?
Richie House not getting many other wins apart from that. Yeah, I quite like that route for Patrick Ray. Okay, it was poor dart, but the treble 15 route is an underused route, I think, on the 81 segment. I think treble 15 for double 18 is a better route than treble 19 double 12.
I don't agree, James. No, I think in the scoring phase of the game, you use 19s considerably more often than 15s. It's an unusual angle to score on treble 15, or even to use treble 15. See break through there. No, I know what you mean. I think a lot of players will feel more comfortable on treble 19. I personally feel comfortable on treble 15, and I think that's from playing cricket and games like that. Yeah, I think a lot of players won't use it enough, but I think it's an opportunity to use different segments on the board. I prefer double 18 and double 12, just a personal preference. But we will be back shortly for the last game between Rebecca Elsner and Wergler to decide who is going to come third or fourth.
No problem. 38.
63.
There, 20 tops.
Schade. Komm.
Shite. What will they go 19 tops. 19 tops.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the best move, isn't it? Fucking one. Kill you.
Wahrscheinlich 2 plus 3 schon
Schön. Good work.
Check.
Erdfalle.
And welcome back to our last group stage game, closing out group stage action. And it'll be between two players we will not be seeing again today, Rebecca Elsner and Nicholas Bergler. Both players have had 2 losses today, so one of their unlost record will be broken with a victory. And who do you think that'll be, James?
My personal opinion, I think it will be Nicholas Bergler, who will burgle his way to a W. Maybe not burgle his way, but I think he'll probably do it quite convincingly. I think he is by far the better player, to be honest. I think he got unlucky in his previous games, just not hitting the right scores at the right times, really. Just those doubles were eluding him. You think the same?
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I think Rebecca will pick up a leg or legs in this contest. But I struggle to see how she's going to brush Wergler aside and win 3-0 or 3-1 herself. So, yeah, I'm going to say 3-1 to Nicholas Bergler is my score prediction on this one.
I think I'm going to go 3-0 to Nicholas Bergler. I think he wins quite convincingly.
Okay. Just can't see him breaking through twice. Obviously, he's in a good position here to break through in the opening leg, but I don't think he's going to do it all his own way in that potential third leg. But we'll see.
How do you see the big decider between Pfister and Lang going?
Well, you've just got it on the screen there, haven't you, James? Potentially, this is a winner-takes-all clash, isn't it? Or Frida Lang certainly needs it to...
Both of them need it to go through.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Let me find the stats on this group. Scrolling down now.
Just let herself down with her scoring here, Rebecca, in the first 6 visits here.
So Frida Lang has 2 wins, Tommy Vilchnich has 2 wins, and Adrian Pfister just the 1. So if Pfister can come out on top here, it will put all 3 players on 2 wins. So it'll be down to leg difference. If it comes to leg difference, you'd think Tommy Vilchnich and Adrian Pfister will go through. Vilchnich in first, Pfister in second, which would send Lang home. So it's a big, big game, that one.
Every leg really then counts from here on in. Frida Lang 1 up, of course.
Yeah, I don't think the legs will make a difference. If Frida Lang wins, he'll top the group. If not, he goes home in last.
Regardless of legs.
Regardless of legs. If Pfister wins, he'll come in second in the group. And the top spot will be Tommy Vilchnich. Tommy Vilchnich is sitting very nicely here at the moment, guaranteeing his spot in either second or first.
Well, Rebecca being a bit of a show woman here, starting on the bullseye on the 2-1-5.
Bit of a maverick, you might say.
You might say that, yes. A little bit of spray here from Nicola. She's not out of this leg. Okay, finds the 16. His last start.
You see, Frida Lang is likely to take this second leg as well. Pfister needs to take out 76 to avoid that fate.
Just stay straight here, Rebecca. That's the ultimate goal. Oh my God.
You don't like leaving 80 normally?
Well, the ton was the play, obviously, wasn't it? Finding the treble was the real goal, but that's from Nicholas Bergler.
Great dance from the Bergler there.
2-dart combination. Some refreshments getting enjoyed in the background there, we can see. That's unusual for an SDC event.
Is that a pint?
We might have a little word with Mark in the interval to make sure that's removed from the background of our live stream.
I'm sure Jochen Grauland will tell him first.
I'm sure he will, yes. He'll be disposing of those beverages somewhere.
As you see Frida Lang managing to leave 8 after being on tops.
He is a man who loves spray, Frida Lang. He cannot stay straight, can he? Particularly on straight targets.
Left side.
Yes. After 7.
As you see Pfister take the second leg, 1 apiece. That is going to get more and more nervy as the game goes on.
Oh yeah, we know Frida Lang does not do well with nerves, does he?
Now, I think if anyone in the SDC, I think he does the worst with nerves of any
He
player.
handles them very poorly. Yeah.
Sorry if you're listening, Frida, this is just statistically based.
I'll still always think of the single 13 segment as Frida's segment.
I agree. When he was on... Ooh, what was the score he was on?
I think it must have been 29 and he was going 13 for double 8. And he hit treble 13 twice and double 13 once.
Yeah, you're right. You're far right. But he is in cruise control against Vista in this third leg, as we see Ganter guarantee his spot on top of the group, and Mendel Lawrence 2-0 up in his game. It looks like Thomas Ingrand is going to go home as Mike Lotzer is putting the boot in on him. Roger Hertig showing Martin Helder why he is just a founder and not a spearsman. As we see Thierry Arpegaus, the asparagus, dispatching Kilian Schultz.
Liam Mendel Lawrence will be pleased with his last performance there. He averaged 77. That's about as high as we've seen from Liam today. We know he's got more than that in the locker, but he'll be pleased. He's had some rather shaky performances in the last couple of weeks, and even in the early parts of today. So
he's only averaged 70s today. I mean, it's not terrible.
Yeah,
it's not great.
It's not really the group stage performance of a potential winner, you'd think, is it? I mean,
Losing legs to Yuri Barn. Do you want to be in that category?
it does make you wonder, would Marcel Wolpen have lost legs to someone like Yuri Bard in his group stage endeavours? I'm not sure he would.
I mean, Yannick Ludi hasn't even lost legs to Philippe Simoes or Daniel Van Olmen, so he's had a great opening day today. Unfortunately, that is the end of Exxon Oluri. I think it also could be the end of Lauren Fent as well. He got toppled by which he did
3-0.
That is Lauren Fent going home unless he can have an upset on hers, have early, which I just don't.
He's already played all his games, James. He's got 1 win from 4 games.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
He'll be going home, that's for sure.
That is for sure. Shame it's only 1 win from 4 games as well for Tocci, but the leg difference will be too much for Lauren Fent. Freeland goes 2-1 up, 1 leg away from sending the Vista home.
His nerves will be jangling. There will be spraying that way.
100%. That again going on board 5 between Ivo Fiora and Matija Kupic.
2 very good players. I know more about the throw of Ivo Fiora, having seen him a few more times in the flesh up here on our streams. Kupic tends to always get the results, so I'm going to just call Kupic, come back from 1-0 down and win that one.
You're a big Kupic fan?
I am a big Kupic fan, yeah. Again, on statistics alone, I haven't seen the man throw, but he is remarkably consistent.
If you go to the leaderboard, see who's probably the highest today.
That's a good time to do that, James, yeah.
This is not what I expected. Rocco Fortuniti is currently the highest on the averages of all players so far today, at 83. Then you've got Marcel Wolfen at 80, Jochen Groudens on 74. So what a massive drop to the
Top 2, yeah.
Mendel Lawrence in 4th, 72, Kamat with 71, Brighton Moser 71, Down 71, Blessy on 70, Hertig on 70.
I'd be interested, James, just to prove a point I was making earlier. Can we just scroll to how many players are above that sort of, let's say, 55 mark? As a rough indication of field's quality today.
Above 55, we've got 55 players, so half of the field.
Half the tournament, half the field. Okay.
Not as strong as.
And above 50?
Then looking at 74. I think there's some legs let some players down. There's been a lot of high quality games. Yeah. I think there's been a few games that have let the side down.
Well, we know who's going to be bringing up the rear. It's the likes of John Bolhand every time.
John Bolhand
and Exxon O'Leary, yeah, that's not a surprise.
Exxon O'Leary, that's second half, they're behind. In front of Runde. Martin Helder in 100th on the list, just still qualified at the group. Quite impressive, really, how he's done that. Lauren Fent is actually doing quite well on 42. Tony Massiano down to 91st. Yikes. Daniel Garter out of the group in 88, 44 average. Sandra Schmidt down at 44 points.
I mean, Roger Touche already. We're getting towards the top half there. Roger Touche will be comfortable with the top half of the players.
Where is
Sabanovic down in 70th. That is a surprise.
Where is Roger? We're going up, and he's 63rd. The two.
Above some good players there. Mirko Maluch, Yuri Barth, Thomas Holden as a steady player.
Savanovic.
Alexandru. But also picked up 2 or 3 wins in that group stage.
This group stage, and that was it.
Rebecca, this is about 3 times there. 123.
Will he be aggressive here with his first start? Bergler. On the weir. On the time. Oh, inside.
So this could be Rebecca's chance.
Could indeed.
But you hit a big number, Rebecca. There's 4 at the bottom there in a row. Any will do. 7's fine. Leaves the blades. Oh, it's on the weir.
Then inside with the third. Disappointing.
So Rocco Fulciniti and Jochen Groudens, the only men. Oh, Patrick Ganter not to drop a leg today.
Impressive that.
Yeah, it's a very interesting statistic.
Highest percentage 180 hit per visit is Matthias Purpic.
Yes, there's a reason why I shout about him, James.
Quite a few of the Eastern Europeans in there. Tommy Vilchnich as well is in the top 10.
Do you think that's because dirty stackers love filling the bed?
Oh, I reckon Matthias Purpic is an understacker. I'm sure he is.
I suspect he'll be dirty.
You think?
Stacker, that is.
Let's have a look to see how many 180s Mark and John Bolhander have got. Unfortunately, just the 0 so far for the pair of them.
Any Tom 40s?
0 ton forward. So there's 4 players with that. Oh, actually, no, that's a lie. There's 1 player who's not got a ton yet, and that's Erdbrunga. Eggs on a luri with the 100. 0.8% of John Bolhander's visits are tons. First 9 of Exxon is actually quite impressive compared to the rest of the field. It actually goes quite a little bit higher if you look.
It's just double trouble for Eggy that
It
is.
yeah. John Bolhander's even not doing that badly.
Yeah, 41 first 9 average. That indicates 2 big numbers generally, doesn't it? If your first 9 is about that 40 level.
Yeah.
Getting up to the 50s, obviously hitting 3 big numbers at that kind of stage.
Indeed. It's good to see that a large proportion of the players have actually won legs today as well. There's only 10.
That's a really interesting.
There's only 8
statistic.
players who have lost a leg today. Lost every single leg. Yeah. JD Bolhander being one of them.
We're watching, of course, one player who was not like today yet, Rebecca Elsner. She's been close. She's had darts at double in a few.
I've been quite impressed with Rebecca, considering she's not. I don't think she's folded as easily as she's hit a couple of trebles here and there. She's had darts. The darts at double 8 were really pretty close.
They were both on the weir. Yeah, that's a fair point.
I think she's been unlucky in parts to not pick up legs in this group, to be honest.
Yeah,
she left herself a double when I think 76 was taken out by Patrick Gray, or there was a combination finish in the first leg taken out by Patrick Gray.
There was a little 2-dart combination in there against Rebecca, yeah. A 3 for double 16 or a 3 for double 8, I think, yeah.
Steady enough spears here from Nicholas Bergler. Any other stats you'd like to hear about before I close?
No, James, that's been very insightful for me, thank you. Hope everyone at home's had the statistics they want to hear.
Could check out the checkout percentages, that's one I'm quite interested in. We've got the list here. Who would you say is the highest on doubles? Rocco Fulciniti, 48% of doubles.
That's so fast. That's world class on the outer ring.
I'm very excited to scroll down to the bottom of this section. Joel Brighton, most 38% is really impressive. Yeah. Same with Patrick Gray. We've been watching him on stream, not even noticed how good his doubles have been. 35%.
9 from 26. Yeah, that is impressive.
How low can we go? So the lowest is 0 out of...
The lowest is Mr. Bolhander, 0 from 30 attempts. Obviously 0%. 30 efforts wasted by Mr. Blunt.
Tom Edet, having an interesting stat that his highest checkout today is 2. That's 2 points higher than Mr. Bolhanda. Bermudez, although he's gone home, has had a few darts at double and has checked a couple.
Exxon O'Leary having 50 darts at double, quite unbelievably.
Wow!
Did of course win
He hit
3 of
3
those
of them,
legs.
yeah.
That's an awful lot of attempts.
That is an awful lot of attempts. Marking held at 10% is actually not bad.
I'd say Marcel Walpole has won game today throwing less than 50 darts.
Okay, this is quite a rogue route to go. 5s for Rebecca Elson to get her opening leg. Just drooped it low.
Just doesn't want to go inside. Maybe the last 3 darts she throws. Our group stage. Some people might be saying they hope so, and they will be. Nicholas Bergler completes 3-0 whitewash. And that concludes our group stage coverage.
What do you think of the group stage? Enjoyable?
I've paused for too long now, James. An enjoyable group stage, yes. Slightly disappointing that we knew the outcome of the group before those last 2 games. We knew that Patrick Ray had done enough, and that Rebecca and Nicholas hadn't to go through. But yeah, interesting. Patrick Ray showed glimpses of his quality, so did Bologna, both of which we'll be keeping an eye on, of course, for the knockout stage. Yeah, overall a slightly higher quality than I might have anticipated from the first game which we watched today.
Indeed. We'll be back shortly with the we'll preview the last 64 and have our first game of the knockouts on stream. Stay tuned.
Von 10 Spielen spielt er das einmal gegen mich. Das hat er jetzt getan. Ist auch gut, aber in Zukunft werde ich ihn auffressen. Gut, und selbst? Ich arbeite hier schon seit 10 Jahren und schaffe in der Elsterbrennerei Weiß in Gutach und habe hier die Möglichkeit, mittags um 12 Uhr bis 1 Uhr mittags in meiner Mittagspause zu trainieren. Nein, ich liebe sie. Es gibt immer Höhen und Tiefen. Man muss sagen, das weiß der Luca selber, von 10 Spielen spielt er das einmal gegen mich. Das hat er jetzt getan. Ist auch gut, aber in Zukunft werde ich ihn auffressen. Ich weiß ja nicht, wer sich wirklich angemeldet hat. Also ein guter Freund von mir, der Stefan Bellmo, hat sich angemeldet. Das ist schon eine Konkurrenz. Wird wohl nicht immer spielen, habe ich gehört. Und so will ich eigentlich gucken, dass ich alle Turniere gewinne, weil sonst kann ich zu Hause auf dem Sofa bleiben. Das ist genau die wichtigste Frage überhaupt. Die Kollegen, die mich kennen, die wissen eigentlich, habe ich gesagt, ich spiele das nie wieder. Ja, weil das in Deutschland alles nicht so familiär mit der PDC abläuft. Deswegen habe ich mich für die Schweiz entschieden. Und dann muss ich halt gucken, was ich da für Möglichkeiten habe, wenn ich eine bekommen sollte, wovon ich ausgehe, dass ich sie irgendwie anders eintauschen kann. Ja, da kommen viele Faktoren dazu. Braucht viel Zeit. Da musst du eigentlich deine Familie aufgeben, sozusagen. Und man sieht es jetzt bei Simon Whitlock oder vielen anderen, das passt nicht unter einen Hut. Und eigentlich will ich ein guter Familienvater sein.
Challenge Nummer 1. Wir tauschen die Darts. Jeder hat 3 Pfeile. Die höhere Punktzahl gewinnt.
Gerne. $100.
Mark hat Pressure.
Mark hat Pressure.
41. So, nach der ersten Challenge steht es 100:41. Mal schauen, ob ich Jochen noch aufholen kann. So, jetzt geht es zur Challenge Nummer 2. Jochen, hier steht ein Stapler. Du wirst gleich mit dem Stapler zum Oki fahren und dann die 3 Pfeile werfen.
Okay.
...35 Punkte für Jochen sind 135 nach 2 Challenges für Jochen. ...47. 88 für mich nach 2 Challenges, somit 135:88. So, jetzt noch eine Challenge. Jochen, deine letzte Challenge, du wirfst auf den Knien. Das ist wahrscheinlich meine Chance. 3×3, 9 Punkte für Jochen, somit sein Gesamtscore 144.
Jetzt ist Druck. Pressure. Pressure is on.
26 geworfen, 31 Rest. Ja, das war leider nichts. Nur 26 geworfen. Jochen somit 31 Punkte besser als ich. Gratuliere.
Danke.
Einmal mehr.
2 Wochen her. Gibt's nicht. Oh, das kann ich nicht sagen. Da müsste ich lügen. Und lügen tue ich nicht. Also für mich war der größte Erfolg der Gewinn der Swiss Open im Doppel. Aber ich bin auch schon deutscher Jugendmeister geworden. Also jeder sieht es ja anders als Erfolg. Die Schweizer sind für mich sehr korrekte, zurückhaltende Menschen. Gibt's nichts. Hallo Jungs und Mädels, der Countdown läuft. Am 27. und 28. beginnt die Serie. Ich bin schon ganz heiß drauf und ihr könnt gespannt sein. Ihr werdet ein tolles Dart sehen dort. Alles klar, bis dahin, ciao.
teilweise, ich habe das Gefühl, wenn du hast einen schönen ersten, aber dann machst du so ganz, ganz schnell. Ja, das ich habe das Gefühl, wenn du hier ein wenig mehr Zeit nimmst, das ist besser, aber der Zeit an sich. Aber ja, weißt du, aber Problem, wenn ich schnell rufe, ja. Okay, ja, das weiß ich, ja, ja, das kann sein. Ja. Manchmal sage ich auch, ich muss. Ja. Aber da nicht vorne, der langsam wird. Ja. Ja, ja. Wenn nicht dann ja. Der erste war eigentlich so, der andere. Ja, das stimmt, ja.
Als der erste spiele ich so, was wie sagen wir, die Fälle, was ich muss.
Ja, ja.
Und der andere zwei hat wie der Microsoft.
Ja, ja. Ja, das ist aber gut, wenn es funktioniert. Ja, wenn es funktioniert. Weil du Smith hat ja auch, jetzt spielt er nicht mehr so gut. Ja, aber wenn...
Das weg, dann halt, aber
Ja?
letzte Jahre bin ich
Ja? Und wie ist das?
nein, das ist der erste Jahre gewesen.
Ja, ja. Erfahrung eigentlich, gut, sie gut Erfahrung.
Als der sind viele Unterschiede.
Ja.
Viele von PDT auch.
Ja, ja. Ja, Juice School, ich weiß nicht, also ich glaube in der Schweiz gibt es nicht viele Spiele. In der Schweiz habe ich nicht viele Spiele, die ich nicht schaue. Vielleicht Belmo,
Zwei, drei Jahre natürlich.
Belmo, Cello sehr gut spielen.
Der Press.
Das ist gut.
Hä?
Das ist gut im Jahr.
Ja, ist noch lange bis da. Schau.
Man sagt, man geht gefragt, du wärst wahrscheinlich einer von denen, die die Schweizer Chance hätte.
Ja gut, ich verstehe es. Ich probiere da mal in England zu spielen.
Ja.
Warum in England?
Ja, weil das ist Städte, wo ich wo noch nie kein Schweiz gekommen ist. Ja, ist noch England.
Ja, ja, ich weiß.
Ich weiß selber gut genug Schweiz.
Er ist auch gewesen.
Ja, ja. Ich.
Du bist frei, ja. Ja.
170.
Ja, nein.
Extra, das kann noch.
Aha.
Ich spiele das Doppel gegen jetzt bei. Hä?
Nein, gar nicht.
Und spiele ich weiß wieder da.
Wie?
Ich spiele das Doppel.
Also,
Ich weiß nicht, ich weiß nicht.
aha, das weiß ich, ja, ja. Einstellen weiß ich nicht.
Hast du sicher irgendwie abgespielt einstellen, oder? Vorher vielleicht, nach 1 und ja.
Create and play it. Heute nein. Oh.
Was soll ich das immer noch?
Also, sag mir ab.
Ja, fett an.
2 Darts oben.
Das bleiben nicht runter. Nein, das macht schlimmer. Das kann auch verletzen. Und ganz zack, wenn du die Leute musst du halten. 24.
Oi. Ja, eigentlich.
Einfach 24.
Oi. Wir müssen ihnen eine Chance lassen.
Nein, Mann, wirklich.
Oi.
Nimm mir die zweite drauf. Du musst eine Null spielen und dann drauf. Dann hättest du auch
Ja, hey. Die Amateure, die machen kein Turnier.
Genau.
Wenn wir so. Aber wir sind immer auf der Tür.
Schon mal recht kurz.
Nein. Ja, wir müssen uns ruhig konzentrieren. Sonst geht das nicht mehr.
Leider nicht.
Genau, die habe ich eben auch genommen, oder? Genau die. Aber die ist gut.
Despacito.
Ah ja, nicht mal knapp.
Aber richtig stimmt das.
Hello? Hello? It's me.
Nicht weniger oder gib etwas ab?
Dann starten wir mit dem Top 64. Auf Board 2 Roger Hertig, Matthias Klenert, Schreiber Exxon Oluri. Auf Board 3 Marcel Rucker, Lukas Seckinger, Schreiber Kevin Kunzelmann. Board 4 Andi Bless, Silvan Eckhardt. Silvan Eckhardt, Andi Bless, Board 4, Schreiber Philippe Simoes. Board 5, Johannes Gummich. Matthias Neumeier. Fabio Denz ist der Schreiber. Board 6, Matthias Perpic, Sven Hoffmann. Schreiber Ivo Fuhrer. Board 7, Roger Tüscher, Alessandro Docci. Schreiber Thomas Indegrand. Board 8, Marcel Walpen, Tommy Wilcznik. Schreiber Matthias Müller. Board 1, Lukas Dahlmann, Mika Flückiger. Schreiber Mike Bermudez. Board 9, Luis Camacho, Daniele Gatta. Schreiber Tom Eret. Board 10, Ray Wagner, Fernando Gonzalez. Schreiber Roman Modi. Board 11, Lea Mendel Lawrence, René Soller. Schreiber Juri Barth. Board 12, Patrick Rey, Ernad Filovic. Schreiberin Rebecca Elsner. Board 13, Jochen Graudenz, Luis Müller. Schreiber Kevin Reindl. Board 14, Rocco Fucciniti, Benjamin Bürgin. Schreiber Conor Stieger. Board 15, Patrick Wachter, Remo von Arx. Schreiber Christoph Pulver. Board 16, Fabio Piscitelli, Kilian Schmutz. Schreiber Daniel Burkhardt. Board 17, Enrico Bader, Cyril Pulvermüller. Schreiber Thierry Abergaus. Board 18, Thomas Holdener, Erik Stutz. Schreiber Oliver Glutz. Board 19, Svenja Leier, Claudia Donau. Schreiber Marc Kunzelmann. Board 20, Andreas Wegner, Alexander Zivanovic. Schreiber Michel Daujean. Board 21, Fabian Niemacher, Fabrizio Morone. Schreiber Dominik Bohrer. Board 22, Alessandro Nivola, Marco Scher. Schreiber Urs Brünker. Board 23, Christian Arnold, Jörg Schwendimann. Schreiber Christoph Hartmeier. Board 24, Patrick Gatter, Antonio Polisena. Schreiber J.D. Gollheimer. Board 25, Edge Sud, Benjamin Kretschmer. Schreiber Mario Arnold. Board 26, Frieda Lang, Mirko Maluf. Schreiber Adrian Pfister. Board 27, Urs Heberli, Mike Lotze. Schreiber Marcel Leupi. Board 28, Marc Bichsel, Angela Heinrich. Schreiber Sascha Stauffer. Board 29, Christoph Schumann, André Christen. Schreiber Simon Zehnder. Board 30, Thomas Ritter, Janik Lüdi. Schreiber Dominik Hebeisen. Board 31, Barry Nelson, David Milea. Schreiber Rafael Bosetto. Board 32 Joel Breitenmoser, Marc Inhelder. Schreiber Laurik Fett.
Hello and welcome back to SDC Tour Event 9. We're live from Hausen for the last 64 game between Lukas Dahlmann and Mika Flugiger. Lukas Dahlmann obviously coming through his group in top spot, whereas Mika Flugiger just came down in second place. We were speaking earlier, Lukas Dahlmann's had a pretty strong start to the year. He was in the top 10 in the averages in the group stage. Mika Flugiger was not. He was quite low down, probably around that 70th mark.
Yeah, I was going to say less than half. Yeah.
I can only see this game going one way, and I think it's going to be 4-0 to Lukas Dahlmann. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you haven't told any lies there, James. The two men have very conflicting fortunes, I'd say, in the last 3 months. Mika Flugiger is certainly on the way down, and Lukas Dahlmann on what seems to be a bit of a revival for him. We know he was certainly a talented player in his teens. Didn't achieve all that much last season, did he, for all his promise? He's starting to fulfil some of that promise now in the last couple of events and some of the numbers he's been posting. So I agree with you, James. 4-0 is the obvious call here in this one. But
so how do you think the other games sit? There's been quite a few interesting ties. I think we've got an interesting tussle between Tusha and is it Tochi?
We've got some very interesting last 64 ties. Obviously, at this stage, you'd expect one group winner and one possibly lesser player, but that Sven Hoffman-Matej Pripic game, a very exciting proposition. Obviously, our big names are always exciting to see. We've got Mark Bichel against Angela Heinrich. Good to see a female participant getting through the group again. We've got Roger Hertig, our number 1 seed, against Matthias Kleinert. Any others that catch your eye, James?
I think there's a couple. Friedlang, Mirko Maluch. I think Friedlang will come through that one. The burglar, Benjamin Bergen, against Rocco Fulciniti. A very impressive group stage for Yannick Ludi coming through, taking out the seeded player. We only lost, I think, 3 seeded players or so in that group stage. Correct me if I'm wrong.
One being our 2 seed, of course.
One being our 2 seed, one being our 11 seed as well in Daniel van Olmen. Also losing Thierry Arpagaus, as Matt has just mentioned. And then also, obviously, the Touche took out, what was the guy's called? Was it Holdener? No, it wasn't Holdener.
I think Thomas Holdener's gone through, but Roger Touche obviously upset the balance in that one. You're right. Fabrizio Bologna, of course, the man who finished second in our group stage coverage, playing against Fabian Liemacher. Good game there. I certainly hope we haven't started here, James. Mika Flugiger needs to save those 2 treble visits for any potential score, but I think I saw a ball off take place, so I'm certainly hoping that's the case.
I will have a quick look. It has started, and I will tell you the scores as we go, because this is a little bit behind. We've just seen a Lukas Dahlmann 180 there, and a Flugiger 140, so incredible darts. Unfortunately, if you're a Flugiger fan, it looks like he is a little bit coming up short in this leg. 190 left for Flugiger, while Dahlmann sits on 52. Assume he will go 20, 12 for tops. Composes himself L. Rob Cross.
Darts of a confident man. Lukas Dahlmann embodying every bit of that confidence. He's got his own dart shirt on there, I noticed. Lukas on the back.
14 darter. Can the fire reignite? What do we think? Another top 40.
The fire's been embers, James, for the last couple of months, as we've said. He had like a really promising time, didn't he? At Q School, there was a lot of talk around him. I know the SDC management and ownership were really excited about him as a young player to watch, but just hasn't fulfilled it, has he? Hasn't lived up to it.
A nice young lad who just loves his spears, and I wish he could get back to the levels that he could before. Obviously, Lucas Dowman, a lovely chap, someone that we've spoken to a fair bit behind the scenes. When his first dart is there, you always back him to put in 2 or 3. It reminds me somewhat of Live League, the way that Lucas Dowman plays. Like, he is on that level. But Live League here being a bit of a compliment, I think. Sometimes when you use it in terms, you're using it as an insult.
Yeah.
But I would say he's actually a Live League level player now.
Live League in the sense that things are generally quite predictable, that when their first dart is close, they will get all 3 quite close. But they do use darts in a way that makes sense. Yeah, Dalman averaging over 100, not for the first time we've said those words.
That's a great first dart from Fluger, but here's the difference. One thing about the fire I don't like those flights. If you're if you're struggling as a player using flights that aren't your standard length and width, etc., will just cause the dart to fly through the air differently. There's a reason that they're not the go-to flights. I think he should go back to the drawing board, because I remember he used to use very regular flights. He used to use those plastic stems, which made them
use white ones, didn't he? I remember it well, yeah.
They used to be very standard setup, bit plastic. Not a fan of this change up in setup, and I think if I saw him, I would tell him to go back. But he is on 56 after 15 darts, so can't complain too much. Dowman here has hit ton 40, ton 47, and then 3 first visit.
He's been spray central this last 30 seconds. So Flugiger in control on his own throw here, 56.
Does he clean it up? What do you think?
What's left to be posted? Double top. No, I can't see him getting the weight right here, James. I think he'll go 1 high, 1 low.
I think I also agree.
There's the 1 high. Okay.
Dowman on 74, I don't think he gets it. I think he'll get a dart. Don't think he gets 2.
Let's see.
The signature Dowman tongue. Oh,
he's on the 20s. Do you think he was going for 20s there, James? Or is that for 14s or 12s? Or
I can't see any. I think it is a dart for 20s. He's on bullseye.
Yep. Would not surprise me one bit if he checks this. Had the line, didn't have the length.
Fluger has to take this now. He has to hit this. There's no 2 ways about it.
This is to avoid a whitewash, I dare say, this leg. This double here. That's not close.
That's not close either.
Particularly close either.
No. I think the difference between the 2 players is you can see here, Fluger's still got the talent in the scoring phase of his game, but the doubling is just not there. He splits it, don't mind that, and composed that 3rd dart.
Yeah.
A sign of someone who's feeling confident, splits it and finishes it off nicely.
Yeah, he must have been doubting himself there. I mean, looking at his previous 3 visits, 40, 44, and 7, he'd scored less than 100 leading up to that checkout in 9 darts. But
one thing I will say about this game, which shows the talent of Lucas Dowman and Mika Fluger, is the fact that we've been very much concentrating on watching this game. We've not been looking around the boards. I think both players have been near around those treble 20s, and it's making you want to watch the game.
It's a very watchable game. The pace of the game is also good, isn't it, James? Both fast players, both young, both aware of the scores and the counting, even if you guys on YouTube watching along are not.
Again, Lucas Dowman started off with a ton and a ton 40. I mean, what more could you ask for? I know I said that we haven't checked the scores around the board, but we will do so now. While we're in this position, Jochen Grau, it's looking like he could be the first one through, 3-0 up. Tusha and Tochi at 1-1. Gummich is also on the way through, 85 average currently over Matthias Neumeyer. Ganter 1-0 up, Garter 1-0 down to Camacho, Hoffman 2-1 up on per pitch. Michelle 1-0 with Angela Heinrich. Ritter looking to right the wrongs and send home Yannick Ludi 2-0 up. Limacher 2-0 up on Baroni. Shude 1-0. Ray Wagner 2-0 up. Mike Lotzer and Ursa Bailey battling at 1-0. Patrick Ray 1-0. Frieda Lang, incredibly at the moment, 3-0 up after 77.
Andy Bless averaging 112.
Oh my goodness. Incredible darts on board 4 at the moment. This leg is going to let down the average slightly. He's now down to 90, but can't help but admire the first 2 legs there. That must have been back-to-back 13s.
13s, yeah, exactly.
Dowman here, for those watching, 175.
We'll go 19s here, I'm pretty sure of that.
I would say on the 20s. In my personal opinion, I don't understand on 135 when your opponent's on 260 the need to go 19s. If you hit treble 19, in my opinion, I wouldn't go straight for it when your opponent's not going to be on a finish because you'll split it. So what's the difference between going treble 20?
I almost see it the opposite way, James. If you're on double 19 and your opponent's on 250, you might as well go for it because you've got that much time to allow if you do miss. You can be aggressive first start. If you miss, you can then split. I think when your opponent's that far behind,
Going for it. Outer ball for inner ball for those watching.
missed his opportunity at bullseye in the second leg. Ooh, and misses again.
Does it for the cameras. I can understand your thought process. My problem is if you then go outside, and then inside, as you leave 19 when your opponent's on over 200 points, what is the point?
But as a good darts player, that isn't possible. You would attack it first start and ensure you are there or inside of the 19. Which as darts players, we know when we're attacking doubles and we know when we leave it a bit short.
Yes, I'm yes and no on this because I'm thinking about it from our perspective. Is I've played games where I've done stupid things and gone inside third dart. I know you have as well. As we see Lucas Dowman take out 25 for 3-0 lead.
3-0.
That even if you're a good player, centimetres, millimetres can be missed and you do end up going inside. So I just think it's a sensible play to always be safe. Okay, fine. If you're that confident, you're that far in front, you 2-0 up.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is if it's 3 legs apiece, don't be stupid. Play it as safe as possible. And the safest way to play darts is to leave yourself double 16.
It's interesting you say about safe play though, James, because I generally say we're on different opinions here about going for the bullseye in a scenario like that. Or maybe when your opponent's on 140, 150, 160, let's say, the safe play is to turn down the bullseye and set up your favourite double 20, double 10, double 18, whatever that may be. But you'd always probably advocate going for the bullseye in a scenario like that.
I always like going for the bullseye because it shows a bit of confidence. It shows it's a fun shot to hit. If you can hit it, people go, "Do you see that ball shot there?"
You feel good.
Whatever.
Yeah.
You feel good. People start talking about how you're playing, and it builds your name up as well. I wouldn't, as I said, the scenario that we're talking about, if we're 3 legs apiece, I wouldn't go for the bullseye, and I wouldn't advocate going to the bullseye. If you're 1-0 up, 2-0 up, even at 0-0, there's plenty of time on your side. I get it. It's just there's time and a place.
Peacockery has its place, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and my opinion on the 175, going back to that scenario for the last time, is just like, regardless if it's 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, or even 3-0, is what advantage you. I just don't see the advantage.
I think this is an issue more prevalent in just a game like this. I mean, we were watching some of the live league darts last night, and professional darts players on 79 with 2 darts in hand, still going for treble 13. I mean, there's very common mistakes that, well, maybe professionals don't see them as mistakes. They're in a rhythm. They go for what they want or they think. I guess at the end of the day, it's always a player's discretion, isn't it? What they like and what they choose.
Apologies for the scoreboard issues. Mika Fluger is 3-0 down to Lucas Dowman at the moment. Currently set on 199. Okay, and unfortunate / fortunate dart at double 19.
Keeps his nose ahead in this 4th leg, though.
He's been hearing us talk about it too much. Here's that same predicament again. We're on 95.
What will he go for? 15s again? He does, yeah.
I don't see that as a plausible route because that just leaves 80.
There's no value in that play, is there?
And all that would leave if he hit the treble would be
the bullseye, 50, yeah.
Flugiger just needed to stay straight there, really, in my opinion.
A really poor visit.
96 less for Flugiger, 80 for Dowman.
So we know that this won't go.
Tops!
Oh, he hasn't.
Oh, the peacockery. The flair. We love it at the SDC. Oh, unlucky.
He's got his peacock scales all over his chest there. And he's got peacock arrows all over the board.
I do think the dart at tops, the first dart, although it was in, was just a bit too low to be used.
Oh.
The problem is, if a dart is in tops, like, it's good, especially when you're an understacker, you're going to go underneath it. Like, that is a perfect dart for the treble 20. Okay, Fluger doesn't use it, but it's the same with Dowman. If his dart is at the bottom of the double top, it's going to come just underneath it.
So Dowman now looking at double 10 to wrap up a 4-0 victory over Mika Flugiger.
Game,
that's what he does.
Shot and the match. 4-0. Cruise control for Dowman as Dowman destroys the fire.
Frieda Lang in the background there, just a little wry smile, congratulating both players. I assume he has sailed on through to the last 32 as well.
Two German friends there, remember, in Daumann and Lang. Schumann, speaking of the Germans, it's also 3-0 up. The Germans seem to be flying through at the moment, I think. Yeah, they are. Gummich through 4-0, Daumann 4-0, Groudens 4-0, and Lang also 4-0.
Look at that performance from Frieda Lang, 82.3 the average, 4-0 against a good player in Mirko Milic.
Same average from Johannes Gummich. Sven Hoffman can be very proud of himself. 73 average for himself, 4-1 win over Matija Pripyat.
Yeah, difficult opponent, Pripyat. We were saying earlier that Pripyat should probably start that game as the favourite.
I agree.
Hoffman's turned him over.
Bissell, 4-1 up. 4-1 win, over Angela Heinrich, sends home the last woman left in the competition. Ludi will be disappointed after a very strong group stage. Is going home 4-0 loss there. Some other results to bring you up. A huge game on board 7. Tochi and Tusha. Not many players saw both of these players getting a chance at the last 32, but one of them may make their debut in that stage.
They will, yeah.
Camacho 3-0 up on Daniel Garter.
Rocco Fulciniti and a little spot of bother there against Benjamin Bergen. 2-1 down. Wouldn't want to lose another.
He's found himself in these predicaments before. And last year we'd say get out of them. This year I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
Marcel Wolfen with a cracking start to his game. 95 average. 3-1 up on Tommy Vilchnich. I feel for Marcel Wolfen there. He's had a very dirty draw done for him. Mark Elder averaging 55, but not quite enough currently on Joel Breitenmoser, 2-0 down.
A good game of the Europeans there. David Malaya, Barry Nelson.
Yeah, a British game there, which you don't really see that much in the SDC. I think that's the
David
first.
Malaya call himself British, do you think? You have to be careful about your Irish terminology, James.
Yeah, we won't be talking about that one too much anymore. But interesting to see how these games go. We'll be back shortly to preview the next round and give you a game of the last 32.
J'espère que moi non plus. Demande-lui.
geht's weiter mit dem Top 32. Auf Board 3, Roger Hertig, Marcel Bucker. Marcel Bucker, Roger Hertig, Board 3. Board 5, Andi Bless, Johannes Gummich. Johannes Gummich, Andi Bless, Board 5. Board 7, Sven Hoffmann, Alessandro Tocci. Alessandro Tocci, Sven Hoffmann, Board 7. Board 1, Marcel Walpen, Lukas Dahlmann. Lukas Dahlmann, Marcel Walpen, Board 1. Board 9, Luis Camacho, Ray Wagner. Ray Wagner, Luis Camacho, Board 9. Board 11, Liam Mendel Lawrence, Patrick Ray. Patrick Ray, Liam Mendel Lawrence, Board 11. Board 31, Jochen Graudenz, Rocco Fulciniti. Rocco Fulciniti, Jochen Graudenz, Board 31. Board 13, Patrick Wachter, Kilian Schmutz. Kilian Schmutz, Patrick Wachter, Board 13. Board 15, Enrico Bader, Erik Stutz. Erik Stutz, Enrico Bader, Board 15. Board 17, Svenja Leier, Alexander Zivanovic. Alexander Zivanovic, Svenja Leier, Board 17. Board 19, Fabian Diemacher, Marco Scher. Marco Scher, Fabian Diemacher, Board 19. Board 21, Christian Arnold, Patrick Danter. Patrick Danter, Christian Arnold, Board 21. Board 23, Benjamin Kretschmer, Lang Frieder. Frieder Lang, Benjamin Kretschmer, Board 23. Board 25, Mark Bichsel, Urs Heberli. Urs Heberli, Mark Bichsel, Board 25. Board 27, Christoph Schumann, Thomas Ritter. Thomas Ritter, Christoph Schumann, Board 27. Board 29, Barry Nelson, Joel Breitenmoser. Joel Breitenmoser, Barry Nelson, Board 29. Die Schreiber auf Board 1, Cyril Pulver. Board 3, Thomas Holdener. Board 5, Claudio Donner. Board 7, Andreas Wegner. Board 9, Fabrizio Barone. Board 11, Alessandro Nivola. Board 13, Jörg Schwendimann. Board 15, Antonio Polisena. Board 17, Ernst Sud. Board 19, Mirko Maluch. Board 21, Mike Lotze. Board 23, Angela Heinrich. Board 25, André Christen. Board 27, Janik Lüdi. Board 29, David Milea. Board 31, Mark Inhelder.
Hello and welcome back to SDC Tour event number 9. We're live from Hausen for the last 32 games. We on this streaming board will be watching Lukas Dahlmann again face Marcel Walpen. We have had a quick look at the draw and have noticed that it is rather top heavy. In the top half, Roger Hertig, Marcel Guga, Andy Bless, Johannes Gummich, Sten Hoffman, Walpen, Dahlmann, Camacho, Mendel Lawrence, Groudens, Fulciniti. In the bottom half, I'm struggling to see any names really.
Yeah.
I think there's a huge opportunity for Liemacher, Ganter, Lang, Bichel, Brighton, Moser and Schumann. One of them is going to make their debut final, I think. And it's which one of them can grab the horns and make it there. Remember that Arpa Gauss, the number 2 seed, is out. Ant Schude, the number 4 seed, is out. And that is why the bottom half has just opened up so nicely. Could we see someone rogue like Barry Nelson make his way through to a final? Could Urs Haberli do it? Could Fabian Liemacher do it? Who knows, Trav? How do you see this going, this round, and that bottom half open up?
Yeah, as you say, top heavy to the draw is an absolute understatement. The top 8 games are stacked with quality players wherever you look. And I mean, this game on here, potentially two of the top 4 or 5 in the SDC right now are competing for a spot only in the last 16. Yeah, a bit of a minefield, that top half. So I guess it's anyone's luck, anyone's guess, anyone's chance who's going to come through that top half. I think there's as you say, a couple of real clear opportunities. Fabian Liemacher is the one for me who I think has maybe just got the quality edge over a couple in that bottom half, and obviously has made a final before, unlike a lot of those in the bottom half of the draw. So I'm looking at his name and wondering if he'll weave his way through to the later rounds. So keep your eye on Fabian Liemacher if you're a fan of him.
My pick for the bottom half of the draw, I'm going to make a very out there pick. I think Frieda Lang makes his first final today.
Nonsense.
I think you're going to say it's absolute nonsense. My reasoning for the pick, he's been in the top 10 in averages all day. And the bottom half of the draw at the moment, he's the highest left player in on averages in the bottom half. And I'm a stats man. I'm fully a stats man. I think his section of the draw, he's got Kretschmer now. He's got then Bichel. Bichel's not averaged higher than 65. If he beats them, he's got Schumann or Breitenmoser. Breitenmoser's probably going to be his toughest oppo in that bottom half. I think Liemacher has the easier half of that bottom half, so that easier quarter. But
he's a green racehorse, James. He's come out of the traps very quickly, but he hasn't got the game experience in the last 3 or 4 months. He's been unavailable. He's missed tournaments. I don't see him coming through a long day of darts. As I say, he's the keen green racehorse that leads after a few furlongs, but then soon gets found out. That's what I think Frieda Lang will be today.
We'll agree to disagree on this one.
We are underway. Marcel Walp and Lucas Dahlmann, strap yourselves in. First to 4 legs.
Rather disappointing that we don't have the graphics on the screen updated live. We need that, Markin Helder. I know you're currently on one of the streaming boards.
I think he's a scribe, in fact. He's one of the
scriber, yeah.
One of the markers, but we'll try and keep you as up to date as we can. Thanks, of course, to all of you watching on Schaffhausen TV and in our YouTube live section. Got some support from Marcel Walpen there, as we usually do.
We do indeed. And
he's been playing well today, hasn't he?
Yeah, a very good start from these players. 83 and followed by 5 tons. You recently won the Tons Award for most hundreds for the Holland Club London Darts League. So you know what it's like to hit a few tons here and about.
I know my way around a ton. You're right.
You do. 36 tons in what, 9 games, was it?
Yeah, in you could have said less, James. You could have boosted my ego a little bit there, but
4 tons for you in a game is impressive.
And we only play 1 leg. Just kidding.
Lucas Dahlmann here on 63. I'm assuming he'll go treble 17 for double 6. He does. Leaves himself 46.
Yeah, big target.
Big 6. Leaves himself on tops when he comes back. Marcel Walpen sat on 156.
Oh, we have some updates. Here we go.
It doesn't quite go, but leaves it relatively handy. Won't want to miss this, Dahlmann.
He's been very good on tops. He's had the weight right of all his darts. Yeah, and there it is. I'm confident with Dahlmann on tops. The weighting, as I say, he's turning around that double section like a magnet. So
I think that Lucas Dahlmann will have darts to win this game. I'm going to make a very early prediction. Well, he had darts to beat Belmont a couple of weeks ago. He was playing out of his skin. Those first 6 visits to the board make me think that he will continue to do that as he puts in a 140 there on the Walpen throw to put a bit of pressure on. Walpen's playing well, but he's not match sharp yet, I don't think. And I think Dahlmann is match sharp. My only thing with Lucas Dahlmann is, can he hit those winning doubles? We know he gets that nerves. We've seen it with Frieda Lang as well, and we've seen it with Dahlmann. It's these younger players who just love darts struggle a little bit with their nerves.
I was going to make exactly the same point as you, James, about the match darts to beat Belmont. I think he had 3 or 4 match darts. I think it was 2 visits, in fact, that he had to return to the board for double 8 to beat Belmont. He's obviously had match darts to beat Groudens in a quarterfinal. I think Andy Bless in a semi-final. He's had darts against all the biggest names in Switzerland. Maybe today's his time as he looks for a certain 180. It's 140. Oh, it's 180.
It is a 180. Great darts from Lucas Dowman. As our screen flashes up, sorry, we are getting incorrect updates right now. We're not able to see the game, which is rather infuriating. Can we please stop updating the Excel spreadsheet, please, and just let us watch the game?
97 there from Lucas Dowman.
Sets it up rather nicely. Marcel Walpen on 142. And he's not going to get...
Yeah, he threw that away in anger. He's been outscored in, well, both of these opening legs.
I think that Lucas Dowman is up there with one of the most underrated players in the SDC at the moment. He's not got over the finishing line in the last year, but I think he's due a final. He's due a good deep run.
He could have really done with that. He could have really done with that.
I think he's going to get 6 more.
I don't. I think this goes 2 darts.
Okay.
There's 1.
Double's the hardest bit. He finds it. Oh, Marcel, wow, 10. Booyah.
You can send my check in the post, James, for that magic prediction.
Lucas Dowman's got to stay composed at this point.
This just has the making of a last leg decider, don't you think? Is that your feelings on this one as well? Do you think it's going all the way?
Yes, I do. As I said, I think Lucas Dowman's getting match darts in this game, and my opinion hasn't changed. I still think he gets match darts, but that shows you exactly in that last leg what I was talking about. That he's getting darts, he needs to hit them.
Had 3 clear opportunities, didn't he, of course? 12s and 6s.
I'm really impressed with how regularly his first dart is finding the treble.
Yeah, it was much like that game against Mika Flugiger, wasn't it? Outscored him. The amount of tons and some 40s he hit was an actual joke. We'll go through the stats leaderboard, I'm sure, at the end of this game maybe, but I think scoring-wise, Lucas Dowman will be right up there for today.
Marcel, the number 1 seed, Roger Hertig, 2-0 down. Looks like he could be on his way out. Marcel Guga, absolutely on top of him in that one at the moment. 84 average.
Very good player, Guga, don't forget. That's no surprise to those who know him.
This is where the scoring gets interesting at this point in the day. 180
Marcel Walpen. For what I think is the 3rd 180 in this short-lived contest so far.
2nd, I want to say. We've seen 1 by Lucas Dowman already, but I think that's the first for Marcel Walpen.
We like inflation in this team.
We love inflation. Will he go out a bull, or is that a treble? I think that might be a treble.
Tax travels, doesn't he?
It's that
that's
137.
a good 2 treble visit.
Lucas Dowman is going to leave it handy. I think he'll leave double 2. Oh, tries to leave double 2.
So will we? Oh, okay. Double 2 for Marcel Walpen. Now in the madhouse.
Oh, that is criminal. Those are the sort of errors I expect to see from
a player like Dowman. Yeah, exactly right.
Goes treble 7. I don't like that route. I know he's been good
Belmont.
on tops.
I think there's an influence of Belmont here. That's the route Stefan Belmont would go. When you've got his darting quality, that's okay, but I think the 25 players is the one.
My one thing here, tops is easy when you're not under pressure because you've got that feel that he'll have in practice. When he's got Marcel Walpen breathing down the back of his net on a 2-figure
on his own throw.
That's where he's letting himself down, and that's why I wouldn't leave tops there. Go treble, go out a ball, get yourself 2 darts. Don't like the route.
Yeah.
And I've been disappointed with Dowman's doubles.
Of course, I don't know if you remember that game against Stefan Belmont, James, but he was an absolute menace on double 18. I think that was his actual double of preference in that game. Of course, I can't see it being a preference thing to choose to leave tops. We know he's very comfortable on the 18s.
I tell you what's noticeable from the last game is a lot more spray from Dowman. Didn't see much spray last game, and it's just not. This is what happens when these younger players get put under pressure.
Some comments.
Not had a winner yet, but some players are very much on their way. Gummich can't deliver the same kind of performance he has in the previous rounds. Currently 3 down to Andy Bless. When Andy Bless starts scoring, it's very hard to put a fight up against it, really.
Oh, yeah.
100.
Like trying to stop the moving tide, isn't it? Trying to stop Andy Bless when his first starts there.
My pick for the final today, 2-0 up. Any comments so far, Trav? Are you going to wait for later rounds?
You proud of yourself, James?
I'm confident he's going to go all the way. I think he's going to go to the final. I think he will get destroyed in the final, but I think he will get to the final today.
We've doubled our number of YouTube live viewers in the last 2 or 3 minutes. Plenty of people turning in to watch what is a brilliant game unfolding here. Marcel Walpen on the brink of a 3-1 advantage.
Dalman needs a treble or two here. Almost seems to be throwing them away, and I don't like that. You're not out of the leg with a 140.
I was going to make this comment about both players, James. I think the pace of the game has noticeably quickened towards the back end of that last leg, and this leg especially from Dalman. Walpen's by no means a fast player, but this game is rattling along from both.
Needs to use that first one, and he can't. Where he was using his darts so nicely earlier in the game, he's just not using them anymore. 117 for Walpen, treble 19 and double 20. And he finds it with ease. Incredible darts from Marcel Walpen. 3-1 up.
Beautiful combinations on tops. The 100, the 117. Excellent stuff.
He's shown why he is the Swiss number 2. According to the WDF, the number 3, but we all know that's different. We don't agree with their ranking stats, do we, Trav?
We don't use filth words like WDF around here, do we, James? Wash your mouth out. No, it's clear Marcel Walpen and Stefan Belmont, the Swiss World Cup pair, are the 2 best players that roam the lands.
Thomas Younghans was up there, I would say, but been watching, he was out in the WDF World Cup first round with 67 average, something like that.
You know exactly what it was.
I've seen Friedel Lang average that in his sleep.
Averages that with 2 spares at home, apparently, doesn't he?
He does indeed. Lucas down 346. We'll need a couple of trebles here to put a bit of pressure on, but I still think that's not enough.
Yeah. To be fair to Dalman, an 83 average is an incredible performance, and you know, really, you would win every last 32 games, sorry, besides this one, I think, with an 83 plus average. Yeah. So, yes, he can feel hard done by, and yes, I think he's played well. He missed those opportunities, of course, in the second leg.
The one thing I will say though is to win the tournaments, you have to beat the best, and he had his chances to win. And it's a case of now he's actually got to go and do it. It's all well good having the talent, showing it off. He needs to go and win these games, and we know he's capable of doing it. And I think he will come good at some point. When is it going to come good?
Yeah, it's the old adage, isn't it? Talent is amazing. You can have as much talent as you like in the world, but if you can't get over the line, if you can't win, if you can't put in the hard yards and graft when the going gets tough, then you'll achieve nothing, will you, with even the most natural talent in the world.
I agree, and that treble from Marcel Walpen could just finish this tie off.
That's the
86 needed for Dalman, and that's just through. He needs to find a treble here now.
I think he'll look at 14s here. Wouldn't advise he stays on 18.
I think it looks like a good guide, and is that in? I think it is in.
Can't quite see.
It looks tight, but I think it's in. I think he's on double 10. Oh, he's on double 2. No, that's wrong.
Sorry,
he's miscounted.
Must be a miscount.
He's miscounted there. Oh, you muppet.
66 with his first 2 darts.
12
10.
noch?
Oh dear. He took his time, he composed. I really wonder what he was thinking about. He must have known he was on 74 and assessed his options, but...
Oh, what's he done now? He must have thought he was on 58.
And that start is telling us lies.
I don't think it is, because otherwise he wouldn't be discussing it with the scorer. I think the scorer would have said game shot straight away. Marcel Walpen, how can he compose?
Jacob Dalman's watching along in the YouTube stream. Good to see you, Jacob. Obviously supporting his brother.
Unfortunately, he is on his way home now. Marcel Walpen coming through that one 4-1. Incredible game from Marcel Walpen on doubles. The scoring for the pair probably pretty similar. The doubling's the difference there between Dalman and Destiny. Disappointing for Lucas, but unreal darts from Marcel Walpen as always. The scores from around the doors just for you guys at home. Andy Bless is the first player through. just came through that one just before Marcel Wolpen, beating Johannes Gumic 4-1. Some other scores to keep you up to date with. Matt's pick for the bottom half, Fabian Limak currently sat at 1-all, averaging 55. He normally does this, but does come good in the end.
He's got stuff in the locker. Don't you worry about
One
that.
thing that I've noticed that's an underrated one is Joel Breitenmoser averaging 91 over Barry the Bookie Nelson at the moment, 2-0 up. Someone that's I'm a big fan of.
Your potential tie of the round, Rocco Fulciniti and Jochen Grouden locked Desmond 2 apiece. Oh, who's winning that one, James?
I think my money would always be on Jochen Grouden. But it's a 50-50 game. Both players struggling to get wins at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see which way that one goes. Patrick Ray, who we saw earlier, just 3-2 down, can't quite get on top of Mendel Lawrence at the moment. Some other games that I think are pretty good at the moment, looking pretty good at the moment. Sven Hoffman not playing his best, but he's getting through, 2-1 up. My pick, Fried Lang for the bottom half of the draw, 71 average, 3-1 up on Benjamin Kretschmer.
Just doing enough.
He's doing enough, and this is the thing with the bottom half of the draw. I don't think anyone's going to be averaging those.
Yeah. You don't need to blow the houses down and average 87 change like Marcel Wolpen. 60s will be enough, I suspect, in a lot of these games in the bottom half.
I think it's just putting on that high average when you need to. Joel Breitenmoser doing it now, 3-0 up, averaging 87 over Barry Nelson. Really impressive. We've kind of overlooked Breitenmoser in that bottom half.
Oh, we certainly have.
Do you think he's got a sniff of getting to that final today?
I know Joel Breitenmoser's a player you like, a player you hold in high regard. I worry about his longevity, his stamina, his darting consistency. We know he's got a nice technique. It looks good. He throws well when he's in rhythm, but he is capable of real dire performances as well. And you sort of get the feeling that when his head's not in it, he crumbles. He can't put up the fight. So I'm not sure he's got 4 more rounds of knockout darts in him. No, James.
Cracking leg from Rocco Fulciniti there, and up his average from low 80s to 92. Must have been a 12 or 13 darter. Fried Lang is through in the bottom half, the first player in the bottom half through to the last 16. Interesting tussle there on board 3 between our number 1 seed Roger Hertig and Marcel Guga. Marcel Guga, obviously a big name in Swiss darts, and Roger Hertig, our number 1 seed. I don't know which way that one's going to go. Keep you up to date on that one shortly. Lots of games tied at 2-3 apiece, so it's locked, it's interesting, and we'll come back and preview them all and the next round very shortly.
Dann geht es weiter mit dem Achtelfinale. Auf Board 1, Roger Hertig, Andi Bless. Andi Bless, Roger Hertig, Board 1. Schreiber, Svenja Lehrer. Board 3, Alessandro Tocci, Marcel Walpen. Marcel Walpen, Alessandro Tocci, Board 3. Schreiber, Marco Scher. Board 5, Luis Camacho, Liam Mendel Lawrence. Liam Mendel Lawrence, Luis Camacho, Board 5. Schreiber, Patrick Kanton. Board 7, Kilian Schmutz, Rocco Fulciniti. Rocco Fulciniti, Kilian Schmutz, Board 7. Schreiber, Benjamin Kretschmer. Board 9, Erik Stutz, Alexander Zivanovic. Alexander Zivanovic, Erik Stutz, Board 9. Schreiber, Urs Heberle. Board 11, Fabian Limacher, Christian Arnold. Christian Arnold, Fabian Limacher, Board 11. Schreiber, Christoph Schumann. Board 13, Frieda Lang, Marc Birsel. Marc Birsel, Frieda Lang, Board 13. Schreiber, Barry Nelson. Board 15, Thomas Ritter, Joel Breitmoser. Joel Breitmoser, Thomas Ritter, Board 15. Schreiber, Jochen Graudenz.
Welcome back to our coverage of SDC Tour Event 9, and we are into the last 16 players. We will be watching two extremely talented ones, Roger Hertig and that man on your screen there, Andy Bless. We'll just preview some of the other last 16 games for you as well. Some very tasty ties everywhere you look. We have Fabian Liemacher against Christian Arnold. My eyes will be fixed on that one to see if Liemacher can achieve the progress we think he can. Liam Mendel-Lawrence against Luis Camacho. A real 50-50 toss-up in that one there, you'd say. Alexander Zavanovic against Eric Stutz, a name some of you may not be ever so familiar with. Thomas Ritter against Joel Breitenmoser. Of course, Thomas Ritter playing outstandingly well to knock out Christopher Schumann in that last round. Frieda Lang, Mark Bichelle, another game that you'd say is really locked at 50-50. Who would be your favourite to win that one? We will see in due course. On this board, of course, being treated to Roger Hertig and Andy Bless. And we'll just have a look at their routes to this stage so far into the last 16. Roger Hertig didn't have it all his own way as
Christoph Schumann. Christoph Schumann, bitte schreiben auf Board 11.
Quick call for the scorers to go out there to all their appropriate boards. Roger Hertig, as we say, in the last 64, came through against Matthias Kleinert 4-2, and had to go through a last leg decider with the talented Marcel Guga. As for Andy Bless, both last 64s and 32s won by a margin of 4 legs to 1. Rather more plain sailing. So here he is, the always stylish Roger Hertig. In his signature shirt. Making me think about Matthias Jost, whose absence has been very clearly felt from these tournaments over the last 3 or 4 months. If you're watching today, Matthias, do let us know. And do let us know when we'll next see you on our screens. So we're underway in a couple of games already in the last 16. First leg of the round has gone to Mark Bichelle over Frieda Lang. I'll criticise James's opinion while he's not here that Frieda Lang could travel far today. Of course, games in this round are still first to 4. In our next round, we will have an increment where it'll go to first to 5.
Outside.
Good to see some comments in the YouTube feed there in support of Lucas Dahlmann. Played incredibly well in our previous game, if anyone missed that, against Marcel Walpin. I'm not sure he'll have many stiffer tests today, Marcel Walpin, than that, and he relatively breezed through it, so let's see. So Andy Bless kicking us off. And kicking us off, how he ended his last 32 games straight in the treble 20. You get the feeling when Andy Bless is in one of those moods, he's a man hard to stop. Of course, would have been our Tour Finals winner if it wasn't for those 3 missed darts at double 20 against Stefan Belmont. But all the glory will remain with Belmont. Andy Bless, of course, yet to win a weekend in this 23 season. I would like to emulate his debut weekend double. Just over a year ago now. Frieda Lang levels the scores against Mark Bushell, one apiece in that game. Alexander Zvanovic has come out firing. Early breakthrough against Eric Stutz over on board 9. So that is now all 8 of our games underway. Liam Mendel Lawrence, Luis Camacho. Another mouth-watering game there. So Andy Bless on 104. Might look at the 16s here. You'd think he would, and does. And that'll leave double 20. And 15 darts. All Hertig can do is apply that pressure. But on the Bless throw, of course. And there it is, first dart. Very comfortable start from Andy Bless. Looks very workmanlike on first impressions from today. Oh, Matthias Yost in the YouTube comments. Things I didn't think I'd be seeing. And thank you for so kindly replying in English. Letting us know he'll be back on our screens in no time. That's good to hear. So Roger Hertig just carrying that mantle for the time being. But already in a spot of bother in this game, you feel. As Andy Bless, 1-0 up and in control of this second leg already. Hertig needs trebles. A man who's finding those trebles with ease is Christian Arnold, racing into a 2-leg lead against Fabian Liemacher. Liemacher averaging 86, but not enough to get a leg on the board so far. The same can be said for Thomas Ritter, averaging in the 70s. Not enough for him to register a first leg yet, either. Frieda Lang takes a 2-1 lead on Mark Bushell. So Andy Bless, 2 trebles, but both the wrong ones. Recovers it nicely with a treble 19. Good darts from Hertig. Leaves the big fish. But will he get a poke? Andy Bless on the bullseye himself. Ooh, not to be. Good to see him take it on, though. I think that's the right play. With Hertig on 170. Of course, this was landed twice in our previous SDC events. Marcel Wolpen and Sven Geiger both achieving that perfect checkout in darts, of course. So Andy Bless splits the 38 and with great effect. 10, double 14, 2 darts. And breaks that Hertig throw. Hertig no darts at double as of yet. And is the door narrowing further here? Fortunate bounce out there from Bless. Could just see the point of that dart clip the barrel on the way through. Marcel Wolpen racing into a 3-0 advantage over Alessandro Tocci. Is the race run for Tocci today. A great achievement from him to get this far into the last 16. By no mean feat. And we'll scoop a nice bit of prize money for that achievement.
What have I missed?
What haven't you missed, James? Andy Bless has put on a show for us here in the early parts.
I mean, tell me something that I didn't expect. Pichel and Lang having a cracker on board 13.
Fabian Liemacher averaging 84 and losing. I don't think you'd have expected that.
Liemacher out.
Averaging 84 and losing.
Oh, he's losing.
He's losing the game.
Christian Arnold, good player, Arnold. He has gone far in these tournaments. I remember he played Brighton Moser a couple of weeks ago in the quarter-final.
He was a shock name, wasn't he? Maybe even got to a semi that day. Maybe played Roger Hurtig in that.
I think he did.
Week when Hurtig got to the final.
Great bullseye from Blessy there. That's been incorrectly put into the scoreboard. They put 11 in. 111 has been corrected. How has Tocci got to a last 16? This is incredible.
No.
He lost to Lauren Fent, who is the 5th lowest or 6th lowest in all-time SDC ranking averages. And he made it to a last 16. Incredible.
You missed Matthias Jost in the YouTube comment section. I know you will be
the daddy
at the mouth for that. He'll be returning very soon.
Hope so. I think he's up there with one of the most underrated darts players in
James,
Switzerland.
You lose credibility when you go from Lucas Dahlmann being the most underrated player in Switzerland to Matthias Jost also being the most underrated player in Switzerland.
They're different because...
Would it be Roger Hurt? Ooh,
Lucas Dahlmann is German, Trav.
Oh.
He is German. That's where you're missing out.
Residing in Switzerland, though, I dare say.
Double 19 for that 3-0 lead.
Well, he split it in the second leg. Will he go straight at it? Obviously 2 darts in hand this time. He does and finds it. First dart. That's brilliant from Andy Bless.
Blessy is an animal.
Robs Roger Hurtig of a leg that could so easily have been his.
He is nicknamed the Viper. What do we think?
Sorry?
My co-commentator Matt Travis is currently staring at the comment from Matthias Jost still with a glee on his face.
I can think of nothing else at this point, James, than Matthias Jost darts.
He is a great grouper of darts, is Matthias Jost. That's something we can both agree on. Christian Arnold, 3-1 up, about to send your favourite in that bottom half, Liemacher, home.
Liemacher hasn't done much wrong, but he's also not doing a lot right.
I think if you'd said to me at the start of the day that Bichel could make a final, I would be shocked.
I think Bichel made our SDC in 2022, the very first SDC final. I might be wrong on this.
No, you are wrong, because the first final was between Marcel Wolpen and Stefan Hackler, but he did make a final, an SDC Tour event, 15 or 16, against Blessy.
I wanted to say it was an early one.
No.
Okay.
He's made one final, and it was against Blessy in around 15, 16. Not in a good spot, though. Frieda Lang is 3-2 up on him, but could he get that comeback? And no one saw Zvanovic after getting blown away in the group stage, having a great little run.
He's maybe not producing the best numbers, but he's there or thereabouts with 1 foot in the last 8. That's Roger Hurtig.
Also 2-1 up on Liam Mendel-Lawrence. 89 average for Mendel-Lawrence, not enough.
Blessing again with 2 trebles.
Who's going to be the first player through to the last 8?
It could be this man we're watching here, Andy Bless. Might just be 6 darts away.
Could he just be 3 darts away?
Well, he will take on the bull, I dare say, if it comes to that proposition.
Would love a bullseye finish.
Double 18 for just that target.
Would love a bullseye finish.
Oh! Oh! He made us wait. But Andy Bless seals the deal on the bullseye.
The Viper with a venomous finish. Booyah from Blessy. I would love to see this man go all the way. I think he's due a title. He's a great player who's underrated in Switzerland.
He said about his debut weekend about a year ago now. Could this be a little resurgent weekend from Andy Bless? Let's see.
Incredible bullseye finish. I think if you ask me who's the most ruthless bullseye hitter in SDC darts, I would say Blessy. He is always in and around that bull. I remember against Wolpen in one of those early SDC tournaments when he joined the fray, he was hitting bullseyes with reasonable regularity. That 1-3-2 checkout sticks to my mind.
Good question. You've got me thinking. Not sure who would say is the most ruthless bullseye finisher.
Is it Bichel?
Could be Bichel.
It's not Bichel.
Marcel Wolpen's probably got to be in the frame.
He's got to be up there. How is the Frieda Lang Bichelle game going?
It's going all the way. This is going
poised
3
for a
apiece.
decider. I wanted that game on stream. I said it to you in the interval, and I'll say it again. We should have got Bichelle and Lang. Watching a 94 average from Andy Bless was nothing short of incredible, but I want a game that's got the nerves, that's got the feel of the darts.
Yeah.
You're breathing every dart with every player. Frieda Lang is not going to be taking out 1-3-4. I can guarantee
Frieda
that.
Lang will be having the shakes right about now.
He will be throwing nothing but fat 60s.
That you mean spray?
He's had 4 visits of spray back to back, which doesn't surprise me. And Mark Bichelle this leg has had spray.
There's Mark Bichelle collecting his spares.
They're into a decider. How do you see it going?
Mark Bichelle's favourite in the decider. Even though Frieda Lang's throwing first, Mark Bichelle wins this leg. And I don't think Frieda Lang even gets darts in this leg, I'll be honest with you.
2 lots of spray. So he's gone treble 20, 5-5. Or treble 20, 7-3. But I don't think he'd switch.
I think 5 and 5 was the...
I think this would be a 60 or a ton from Bichelle. Great darts from Bichelle. 92. For those of you wanting to know what we're commentating on, we're commentating on Darts Connect.
On board 13 that you can see there on YouTube with Barry the Bucky Nelson on the touch star on the score pad.
1 treble every visit will be what Frieda Lang is saying to himself.
He'll be conflicted at this point, Frieda Lang. He'll need trebles, but he'll need to stay straight. And I think the leg will be won or lost for Frieda on how well he can stay straight.
My pick for the final, remember? I would have picked him for the final. Oh, he hit a ton fitty! We love ton fitties.
Speaking of picks for our later stages, Fabian Liemacher has been sent packing by Christian Arnold, averaging 77. Goodbye, Fabian. Not enough today.
3 players through at the moment. This is the Brighton Moser we were talking about. We spoke earlier about how he averaged high 80s in the last round, and now he's down to 57. Does he have the stamina of a darts player at this stage?
He's 2-1 ahead, so he's keeping his nose in front. I feel he'll need more. And Mark Bichelle certainly needs more. Over 100 points behind now.
Down and watching his friend.
In double range. I feel Frieda Lang might have hit a first start treble here.
He's not got it, whatever he's hit, but it's 3 big numbers. If Bichelle hits a ton 40, I think Mark Bichelle is favourite just because of how nervous.
Just because Frieda Lang will miss the big number.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
But I think Bichelle is only going to hit. He's not even left to finish, so Lang can be relaxed. I think that is the big 18.
Lang the man. What's he got in store?
Check!
We see a check from Frieda Lang and an 18-dart hold.
It's a little booyah. Frieda Lang clutches his chest as if he is to say, thank goodness I've won that one. I think if Bichelle had put in a bit more in that second to last visit...
Well, he started really promisingly in that leg, Mark Bichelle. I think he started ton, he did. And then just went off the boil, 40. At this level, not enough.
Who are going to be the 4 players in the bottom half of the draw? That's the question I want to know. It's looking like Brighton, Moser, Lang, Zivanovic, and who's the other one? And Christian Arnold?
Arnold, yeah.
That bottom half of the draw is looking so tasty for one of those players. Walpen, Bless, Rocco,
and potentially Liam Mendel-Lawrence are our
top
2
half.
games in the top quarter, yeah.
Brighton Moser is looking to get there as well. Lang and Brighton Moser will be playing for a semi-final spot.
They will.
Obviously, Lang has made it to a semi-final before, so has Brighton Moser, but neither of them got past
Yes,
there.
you're right. Yeah, neither have gone all the way. A man who has gone all the way, Rocco Fulciniti, of course, a previous SDC Tour event winner, will be back in the quarterfinals with just 1 more leg against Kilian Schmutz.
One player we've not spoken about is Eric Stutz.
Yeah, I've not touched the Stutz, sorry.
He's 1 leg away from beating Alexander Zivanovic and maybe 3 darts.
Yeah, he's almost sealed the deal here as Stutz. Zivanovic went 2-1 up in this one.
Oh, he's checked it. That's game over, and Stutz is through to the quarter-final. So we just have left Brighton Moser, Fulciniti, and potentially Camacho and Mendel-Lawrence. The Camacho and Mendel-Lawrence game's got to be the one.
Oh my goodness me. Camacho. Mendel-Lawrence misses darts, but Camacho goes 3-2 up. He's averaging 10 points lower, but he's 3-2 up on Liam Mendel-Lawrence.
He's 13 points lower in the averages. That's coming quite miraculous, really, how he's clinging on.
2 opportunities to win 1 leg for Camacho.
Mendel Lawrence has obviously won one of these titles once.
On his debut weekend, of course.
Yeah, when Dennis Nilsson also participated.
Yep.
Can Brighton Moser get over the line? What do we think? Can he get to his first final?
Well, his odds are forever shortening. Even in this leg, if they are lengthening.
How do you see that bottom half going now? What's your predicament on the bottom half of the draw?
Well, I'll give you a full assessment of the games, James. Let's have a look. Let's open up those brackets. So, potentially, we've got a showdown between Joel Brighton Moser and Frida Lang. Historically, Joel Brighton Moser has been the more consistent and better player of the two.
If I'm completely
Right
honest,
now-
if that is the game, if we've got a choice between Marcel Walpen and a game against Andy Bless, I almost, those players we've seen hundreds of times play each other, they can play incredible darts. But the nerves, if Brighton Moser Lang gets to a last leg decider, will be something that I would love to watch.
Anything's possible between those two in
Yeah.
a nerve-jangling scenario, which is likely to be the case.
It's not for everyone, but I think people would rather watch Bless against Walpen. I think that will be the game that will be on stream.
That'll be your rat-a-tat-tat, your 180 game.
I
your-
don't even know if it is Bless. I think it is Bless Walpen. Have we
Well, let's preview, and then again our second game in the quarterfinals has been confirmed. Eric Stutz did get the better of Alexander Zavanovic, and he'll play Christian Arnold. 2 lesser-known quantities, but for me, Arnold, maybe just with that previous semi-final experience, I'm going to tip my hat on Christian Arnold to win that one.
Okay.
So up to the top half we go. The winner of Killian Schmutz and Rocco, potentially looking like Rocco, will play Liam Mendel Lawrence or Luis Camacho.
And then it is Andy Bless and
Marcel
Walpen.
Yeah. Ooh. Which game do you want? Let us know in the comments below. Fans of either of those 8 players remaining.
Brighton Moser is confirmed in the quarterfinals. He's won his game, so that'll be Brighton Moser Lang confirmed. The only game yet to be confirmed now is Liam Mendel Lawrence against Luis Camacho in a last leg shootout.
You called it, James. There's 18 points between the averages of these two. But
Camacho has the throw.
It'll be 1 leg of darts that now decides it.
Both dirty stackers. They both love to stack their darts.
Louise or Liam for a place in the quarterfinals against Rocco Fulciniti.
Where is your money?
My money's with Liam. My money is with Liam Mendel Lawrence.
I think with the throw, I've got to go Luis Camacho.
Let's see.
I think it is a very much a 4 to 5 evens
You can
bet.
see the game the crowd are watching. They're all gathered round now. All our remaining participants, and spectators and friends and family, they're all glued to, I think, board 3, and that's 2 trebles from Liam Mendel Lawrence.
I think the bookies now would have it at Liam Mendel Lawrence 1 to 2. Oh, it'd be 1 to 10 right
goodness
now.
me.
Camacho's just hit 25, so Mendel Lawrence with just 1 visit to the board has stolen the spares.
100 now, and Liam Mendel Lawrence is in cruise control. A very deliberate player, of course, Liam Mendel Lawrence. Very assured, isn't he? Very composed. Certainly doesn't rush any of his darts, which is a criticism you can give of some players. Not Liam.
All players now, apart from this game, as we said, being confirmed. Bless against Walpen. The winner of this game to play, Rocco Fulciniti, Frida Lang, Joel Brighton Moser, Christian Arnold and Eric Stutz.
So, what might be the last little bastions of the last 16 here?
How are you pricing up the win to win outright odds?
The outright market.
How would Barry price up?
Well, Marcel Walpen is still the best player in this field, but he'll have to come through Rocco. Well, he'll have to come through Andy Bless and then potentially Rocco before he even makes the final.
You're completely dismissing Mendel Lawrence.
Well,
as well.
well, it could be Camacho. This game's not over.
We know when they last played, Walpen lost to Liam Mendel Lawrence.
He did. Has lost to him on several occasions in the SDC and in other open events. Great question. I mean, For me, Walpen is probably just the favourite, but at quite a juicy price. Maybe Liam's second favourite now. He's all but sealed his place. He has all but sealed his place now in the quarterfinals.
65 left for Liam Mendel Lawrence.
You'll be able to see it on your screens, I'm sure, if there's a...
But how do you price up someone like Rocco compared to someone like Frida? Because Frida...
Very similarly, in fact, James. I'd price them both at maybe that kind of 8 to 10 range, if you're a fan of the betting terminology.
Who's your outsider? And there we go, Liam Mendel Lawrence is through to the quarterfinals, wrapping up those last 16 encounters.
Average 92 there, James. Very impressive from Liam Mendel Lawrence. Over 7 legs of darts. Excellent stuff.
So give us the preview, Trav, for the quarterfinal.
Yeah, it'll be Marcel Walpen against Andy Blass on presumably board number 1. A very tasty game. 2 previous winners have met several times in several epic showdowns, including I think a 10-180 special, a semi-final in the season of 22. Brilliant game, which your guess is as good as mine on that one. Rocco Fulciniti will play Liam Mendel Lawrence, the top half as well. Again, a tight encounter. Rocco's had a poor year, but had a resurgence to form in the last couple of tour events 7 and 8. Maybe the form's just swinging with Rocco on that one, we'll see. Eric Stutz will play Christian Arnold. Again, 2 lesser known quantities, but we won't take our eyes off that one. Arnold, the slight favourite there for me. And then Frida Lang, Joel Brighton Moser. There'll be nerves aplenty. Bray Average 60.
Heinz.
We're in between. Frida just gets the better of him.
Andy Bless, Marcel Walpen. Marcel Walpen, Andy Bless, Heinz.
Frida Lang train.
Schreiber, Alexander Zivanovic.
I'm not. I'm just
3.
plucking numbers out.
Liam Lawrence, Rocco Fulciniti. Rocco Fulciniti, Liam Lawrence.
Christian Arnold to make a final.
Schreiber, Fabian Niemacher. Board 5. Christian Arnold. Christian Arnold. Christian Arnold, Erik Stutz, Board 5.
That's where I see it
Schreiber,
going.
Mark Birsen.
In an hour or so time, we will
Board
be
7.
here to find out.
Frida Lang,
Go
Joel
commentate, Mike.
Breitenmoser. Joel Breitenmoser, Frida Lang, Board 7. Schreiber, Thomas Richter.
I am James, lead commentator and head of marketing at the SDC.
Matt Travis, co-commentator, one-time participant, and chief 26 hitter.
I live in London. I've been playing darts for the last 5-6 years now properly, and I live with my flatmate Matt, and we commentate together and play darts together every night almost.
And we're the voice behind the SDC. In the last 2 years, we've been introduced to Mark, and yes, we've seen the SDC grow, and we've developed our own commentary alongside the darts' progression.
So I met Mark, the founder, in South Africa, and we played a game of darts together. Took £100 off him then when I played him, and now he started off obviously one of the biggest darts corporations in Europe, and happy to work alongside him now and hopefully make it into the next global phenomenon, really.
I met Mark in a rather more uneventful way. I met him in a casino in Schaffhausen. Heads was commentary for myself and James. Tails was we'll never meet again. And here we are. This tells the story of what landed that fateful night in Schaffhausen.
The SDC is such a great corporation. Everyone here is so friendly, and not only that, the darts is getting better and better and better. Within the first 4 months of being here, some of the players have increased their average by 10 points, and now start pushing on the doorsteps of the Professional Darts Corporation.
You're exactly right. We've got all that quality coming through, yet still it retains that family feel, doesn't it? It began, its roots of the SDC are in Schaffhausen, and it retains that good core of young players
that are supplemented by a couple of older faces from Germany and Switzerland, but it retains that real close, tight-knit family community. Close on social media, close on event days, and close with the family and friends that support the SDC.
Why it comes to the SDC is a really simple question to answer, because it's a growing place to play darts. I think everyone knows that the PDC currently houses the main two tours of darts, and now I think there's only one. There's nowhere for anyone in Europe really to come and play darts. If you want to play professionally, you have to travel over to England. Having Switzerland as the core for European darts, it's the place to be.
It's a regular, structured tournament. The professionalism and the standard of these events now, it's so, they take the darts so seriously here, don't they? The structure of the tournaments, the setup of the tournaments, it really does replicate the standard that the PDC are setting in terms of darts. And the SDC are not far behind. But in terms of the structure and the avenue for players to participate, it really is a good opportunity for both the top level players around Europe and also those developing players as well. Yeah, they're real contrasting styles of players, aren't they, Marcel Wolpen and Andy Bless? It's a real match for the ages almost, isn't it? Marcel Wolpen, maybe a more old-fashioned type of player, really good setup play, reliable on the doubles, not maybe as explosive as someone like Andy Bless, who's a real monster on the 180, isn't he? A real monster on the combination checkouts, but the sort of in-betweeny stuff, is he a little bit flaky? Is the combinations not quite where they should be? I don't know. It's easy for me to say, but maybe that's my opinion of the two players playing if they do meet tomorrow.
Oh, this is
the first time we met Marcel Wolpen.
This is actually quite a funny story. So Matt and I obviously have done the commentary for the last 12 weeks, but the last time we were in Switzerland was in SDC Tour 3 and 4, and we were there. We stayed in a hotel that was booked for us by Mark, and when we turned up on the day, we weren't really sure if anyone else was staying there or what was going on. So we've just finished the day of darts, and we go into the restaurant, and we're sitting with a bottle of wine, and we see across the other side of the restaurant, we see Marcel Wolpen and his partner watching the highlights from his win throughout the day. And we had a bit of a joke, but we said now that Stefan Belmont's entered, has he downgraded phone contract because his darts, currently at the time, he couldn't stop winning. Yeah. And then obviously since Stefan Belmont's come in,
YouTube
hairs.
YouTube have stopped sending him premium access requests, haven't they? His screen time on YouTube has gone down the drain in these last few months. But yeah, Marcel Wolpen's a real studier of the game, isn't he? He's a real obsessive type about the game of darts. He's always wanting to improve. He's always wanting to study the draw. I was unfortunately in Marcel Wolpen's group in the group stages of SDC Tour Event 4.
Did you get a leg?
But even the day before, Marcel Wolpen knew that I was in his group. He had studied the draw. He'd studied his potential routes, in the last 16, the last 8, the quarterfinals, who he would meet. He sort of looked at me with a smile and sort of said, "Yep, you're in my group tomorrow."
We're going to be destroyed.
The nod of defeat was already.
Good. I hope you enjoyed that preview there of this game coming up. That is myself in the grey sweatshirt and my co-commentator Matt wearing green. We're here now for the game that Matt was previewing in that interview segment. Andy Bless against Marcel Wolpen. I think we've had ups and downs, we've had differing opinions on who's going to win, who's the better player, the differing styles that both players operate at. I think this is a really tough one to call today. Obviously, best of 9 legs, first to 5. For me, I think my money would slightly edge on Marcel Wolpen just with that experience. We've watched him beat Bless so many times. In my opinion, I would actually quite like to see Andy Bless win today. I think he's due one of these. I think he's been through a tough time recently. I think he's not had the wins that he deserves. He played, obviously, Belmont in the Tour finals, missed 2 darts to win it. He's overdue a win against one of Switzerland's best 2 players. Marcel Wolpen obviously being one of those 2 players. Yeah. What do you think, Trav?
Thanks, James. Welcome back. Yeah, I feel as though, looking back on my thoughts and feelings on that game, very little's changed about how I'd say these two gents wrap up. I think my description of how I see them as darts players probably hasn't changed. I think Marcel Wolpen's form's been a little bit more up and down, though, in the last 4 or 5 months. We obviously filmed that interview 5 or 6 months ago. So yeah, there's probably more question marks now about Marcel Wolpen than there is about Andy Bless. So yeah, if anything, it adds to the intrigue here. It adds to the complication or the confusion of trying to pick out a winner. But as I say, Marcel Wolpen just the steadier of the two, the more reliable of the two. Certainly going to achieve bigger and greater things maybe than Andy Bless has in the last 6 months, of course, with a Euro Tour appearance and a World Cup appearance as well around that time.
Just so you guys are fully aware, if you haven't been watching our stream, we are into the quarter-final stage, this being our first quarter-final matchup. The second matchup in this half of the draw is Liam Mendel Lawrence and Rocco Fulciniti. And we will have a debut finalist in either Eric Stutz, Christian Arnold, Frieda Lang or Joel Breitenmoser in that bottom half of the draw. A great opportunity for one of those players to take home 500 Swiss francs and to say that they have made the final two today. I don't think they'll want to leave it there, but I do think they'll struggle if they were to get to the final against the likes of Wolpen or Bless or Fulciniti or Mendel Lawrence or very good spearsmen. A player that I think we've not spoken too much about today is Rocco Fulciniti. We obviously spoke quite a lot 2 weekends ago about how he's deteriorated his form, how he's not the same player he used to be. Obviously beat Jochen Grounds today and has shown that he is.
Oh, Marcel Wolpen inside.
We'll finish that conversation after we watch Bless have a go at the 104 combination, which can't be taken out now.
That's why some players tend to start on that 16s route. I know Stefan Belmont's a big advocate of starting down on the 16s on 104.
Wolpen will have a shot at 5 here.
Not ideal, though.
Single 1 for double 2. Madhouse left. Can't find it. So Bless will have a poke. Lucas Dowman will be watching this saying, what do I have to do? Why can't I get these chances? Will Bless take his chances? No, he won't. And that is not anywhere near. Both players a little bit nervy early on. Can't see Marcel.
Oh my goodness me!
I was going to say, I can't see Marcel Wolpen missing too many more darts at double, but I don't even get any more darts at double.
This is turning into a real scrappy affair. Not what we'd have expected, but Blessy apologises for stealing the darts and breaking through. Don't apologise, Andy. You could be favourite for the game.
The Viper pounces at the right opportunity there. Takes the opening leg of the quarterfinals.
He was rather eating a sitting duck, I'd say, James, rather than a live bit of prey there. But
I know.
Any meal he'll take.
He will indeed. Marcel Wolpen. Slow start to this one. I think he will get back into it. All the other games kicked off so far, apart from Frieda Lang, Joel Breitenmoser, a slight delay on that one.
Both players might be in the toilet with some pre-match nerves.
Yeah. Matt said it, not me. Matt's favourite to get through to the semi-final. Christian Arnold is 1-0 up, 79 average.
Good.
One of Matt's favourite players on tour at the moment.
Christian Arnold?
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed he is. I'd certainly be able to pick him out from a crowded venue.
Yeah, Matt doesn't know what he looks like, but does like his spears scores.
James, I'm a stats-based man. You've said it yourself today. I'm just going on the stats.
I am
so
indeed.
To repeat your words.
And when you go on the stats, Christian Arnold, Frieda Lang was that bottom half. To be honest, that was the semi-final. Will the stats lie, or can Breitenmoser upset those? See a few beers in the venue. I'm not sure about this.
Yeah, there's plenty of beverages being being consumed.
Maybe since Jochen Grounds has gone home, people have run into the venue with beverages.
Now the beer police have left.
Nice little 1040 there from Wolpen, puts it in control, but can Blessy hit back with a 140 or a 180? Of course he can. 174 for Andy Bless. Booyah from Blessy. 134 left for Marcel Wolpen. It's not going to go, but he is going to leave a double. 68 left for Andy Bless. The Volhanda special.
Who's favourite for the leg, James?
It is Marcel Wolpen. because Blessy's only getting 1 dart, and that 1 dart is at double 16.
Oh,
Blessy with
my goodness me.
incredible start from Andy Bless. Not the highest average, not the best scoring, but he's taken his chances when he's needed to.
Needed 4 or 5 in the first leg, only needs the 1 there. 68 wrapped up in 3 darts.
All players currently averaging above 75 in the quarterfinals, apart from Eric Stutz, struggling a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Stutzy's not got the scoring boots on just yet.
I'm sure Joel Brighton-Moser would love an opportunity to play Christian Arnold again. I think he knew he had him last time they played.
Did that go to a last leg decider, I think?
It did go to a last leg decider, I think. Arnold against Brighton-Moser would be a semi-final that neither of them last week probably would have expected. They probably didn't even expect a quarter-final against each other last week, but they've now potentially got a semi-final lined up. I'm sure Frida Lang will have something to say about that. Andy Bless with a 96 there. 314 left. 312 left, sorry. Could be in a good position here to go 3-0 up. Warpen with a very high 20 there. Getting closer to that treble. Doesn't find it, so just 60 there. Puts Bless in a very commanding position. One thing also to mention that we didn't speak about earlier was obviously that footage that was taken during the break of that, all filmed and cut down and edited by Jacob Dalman. If you guys need any photography work done, would highly recommend his work. His brother is Lucas, who you saw earlier on stream play Marcel Wolfen, so a very talented family.
Follow him on social media. He's got his own, I think, private page where he does his photography.
You can see all of that content online.
I'm sure he does a lot of work around Switzerland and Europe as well in the sporting spheres.
As Marcel Wolfen looks to hit the first 180 of the contest, can't quite, but a ton 40 does put the pressure on Blessy. As we see Frida Lang take the opening leg against Brighton-Moser. Do think after that bounce out, I think Marcel Wolfen has been the better of the two players. I know Blessy is in front. Wolfen missed darts in the first leg. He was sat on a double in the second leg when Blessy was on a combination shot, and he's left
double 18 now. Yeah,
he's left double 18. Like I just can't see if Blessy continues playing the way he is at the moment. I can't see Wolfen not coming back and winning this one.
3 legs to a man like Andy Bless is not a lot. Marcel Wolfen will require a break here if he's to win this game. And Andy Bless can reel off 3 legs in 36 darts, in 40 darts or less. So
can he hit his first 180?
Yes, he can.
Yes, he can. My thing with Andy Bless is if he plays like he can and he hits 15 to 18 darters on his throw for the next 3 holes of throw, I think he will win. But he's not been doing that so far in the match. They've been 21, they've been 24, they've not been there. So he needs to cut those number of darts down as we go 4 into
perfect
9.
darts.
Ooh.
Okay.
After that 4th one, I thought there was going to be a 5th
Oh, well,
and 6th.
it's the perfect spot, isn't it? Top middle of the bed it was.
Was 181 after 6, though. Blessy won't complain. But Wolfen could fire back with his first 180 of the game, and he does. A little
Leaves his
linger.
hands out there.
Lingers it out. 224, plays 181. Blessy straight back into the treble. Will he find another 2? Goes bullseye last start. Okay, 76 left after 9 spares for Blessy.
Trebles galore in this leg. There's a love a second. Finds a second. Oh my goodness, the pressure's on.
A lot of pressure on this 76 checkout. What's Blessy got? It's only going to be 1 dart at tops, I'm guessing.
1 at tops it is. Ooh, just pulls it ever so slightly low. Right then, James. What are we saying? 2 at double 12?
1 at bullseye.
1 at the ball.
Does it go?
No. Yes, it does!
Oh, is it in?
Oh.
It's out. Out
Oh,
of ball. No, it's not. It's not in.
Oh my goodness
me. It looked
well, I thought it was in.
It looked in. Blessy, this is where Blessy needs to be clinical.
That's
Great
a 14 dart leg. Marcel Wolfen had darts to break a 14 dart leg.
There's going to be no bagels in this round with Eric Stutz taking a leg against Christian Arnold. Only 2-1 now. He's still got a sniff. I know Christian Arnold 13 points higher in the average, but there is an opportunity there for Stutz, so he can just play how he has been in the previous rounds.
Marcel, that ball got me going. But now he's back against the wall at 3-1 down.
Blessy again with the trebles. 1-2-5. 40 points in front of Walpen. Good ton 40 there from Marcel. Walpen goes 100 points in front of Andy Bless. We see Liam Mendel-Lawrence take an early lead over Rocco Fulciniti, 2-1 up.
2 treble visits in this game have been spectacular, haven't they? The most I think I can remember of a sort of quarterfinal or last 16 game. It's really have been putting on a treat on the scoring. And there's another 2 treble visit, another 140 from Walpen.
I think people will be looking at the averages thinking, oh, is the game that good? I think it's all been down to that first leg where there's missed starts at doubles.
Oh, yeah.
There's another ton 40 there for Bless, just casually chucking them in.
I know. Yeah. These are...
Oh,
goodness me,
double eight.
Oh, it's on the outside wire. A shot that Stefan Belmont would be proud of on his signature double eight.
I think you'd have to. He did the right thing. I think being cautious there, throwing it a little bit wider. I wouldn't have wanted a low or high bust there.
If Stefan Belmont is watching on YouTube, can you join the darting royalty with Matthias Jost as well? It'd be nice to see if Belmont is watching today.
Okay. Blessy does like this.
You've mentioned
shot.
this already, James.
He loves a ball fabs. His grouping is so tight. Oh, disappointing. 126 left, 105. Okay, 48 left for
Good
Blessy.
last treble, yeah, important last treble.
Walpen will be getting a little bit nervous. You can see him wiping the sweat off his hands.
It's interesting, Marcel Walpen, because for anyone who watched him in the World Cup and on the Euro Tour, he's an incredibly nervous man, an incredibly... Well, his physical performance is affected by his nerves to a almost ridiculous extent. You'd watch him here and you'd think, not a bead of sweat, not a single shake of that arm. His throw is rock solid. Yet this man, underneath the surface, hides an insecurity, doesn't he? Hides a nervousness that, I guess maybe at this level, doesn't always come out, but it lies beneath, don't you worry.
One thing that I always found interesting watching this game so far is when they pan the camera a little bit further out, I always see Rocco Fulciniti in the background watching. Now, I don't know if that's a nerves thing for him to try and get him to calm down and not focus too much on his game against Mendel-Lawrence, but every time they're throwing a double or if they're throwing a treble, I see him looking over and I'm wondering, is it because he's interested in the game, he wants to know what's going on, or he just doesn't want to look at his own board?
I hadn't noticed that, James, but I'd be very surprised if he's looking over sort of every turn or every other turn. That certainly suggests to me that he's distracted, his head's not in his own performance, he's not evaluating the game properly. Yeah, I'd be surprised if any professional player such as Rocco, who's used to a multi-board environment like this, is not fully focused on the task in hand, but interesting. What do you think it's down to?
Not entirely sure. I think it might just be just a thing to make him relax. Like he just doesn't really want to think about it too much. Could we get our first 170?
Yes, well, Marcel Walpen hit the fish in SDC Tour Event 8. Oh, he can't do it here.
Excited.
He grimaces. And I grimace too.
Wonder which route Blessy will go here. He wasn't. That to me is a sign of he's not sure if he wanted to go for bull or for 18s or 20s.
There it is. It's confirmed. Andy Bless has annihilated Marcel Walpen. You had his opportunities in that second leg. Sent packing by Andy Bless.
He deserved
it, I think. James was right. Better player. There's only two ways about it. The other games are very poised at the moment. We'll come back for the semi-final preview and for the results.
I am James, lead commentator and head of marketing at the SDC.
Matt Travis, co-commentator, one-time participant, and chief 26 hitter.
I live in London. I've been playing darts for the last 5-6 years now properly, and I live with my flatmate Matt, and we commentate together and play darts together every night almost.
And we're the voice behind the SDC. In the last 2 years, we've been introduced to Mark, and yes, we've seen the SDC grow, and we've developed our own commentary alongside the darts' progression.
So I met Mark, the founder, in South Africa, and we played a game of darts together. Took £100 off him then when I played him, and now he started off obviously one of the biggest darts corporations in Europe, and happy to work alongside him now and hopefully make it into the next global phenomenon, really.
I met Mark in a rather more uneventful way. I met him in a casino in Schaffhausen. Heads was commentary for myself and James. Tails was we'll never meet again. And here we are. This tells the story of what landed that fateful night in Schaffhausen.
The SDC is such a great corporation. Everyone here is so friendly, and not only that, the darts is getting better and better and better. Within the first 4 months of being here, some of the players have increased their average by 10 points, and now start pushing on the doorsteps of the Professional Darts Corporation.
You're exactly right. We've got all that quality coming through, yet still it retains that family feel, doesn't it? It began, its roots of the SDC are in Schaffhausen, and it retains that good core of young players that are supplemented by a couple of older faces from Germany and Switzerland, but it retains that real close, tight-knit family community. Close on social media, close on event days, and close with the family and friends that support the SDC.
Why it comes to the SDC is a really simple question. It's a question to answer because it's a growing place to play darts. I think everyone knows that the PDC currently houses the main 2 tours of darts, and now I think there's only one. There's nowhere for anyone in Europe really to come and play darts. If you want to play professionally, you have to travel over to England. Having Switzerland as the core for European darts, it's the place to be.
It's a regular, structured tournament. The professionalism and the standard of these events now, it's so, they take the darts so seriously here, don't they? The structure of the tournaments, the setup of the tournaments, it really does replicate the standard that the PDC are setting in terms of darts, and the SDC are not far behind. But in terms of the structure and the avenue for players to participate, it really is a good opportunity for both the top level players around Europe and also those developing players as well. Yeah, they're real contrasting styles of players, aren't they, Marcel Walpen and Andy Bless? It's a real match for the ages almost, isn't it? Marcel Walpen maybe a more old-fashioned type of player, really good setup play, reliable on the doubles, not maybe as explosive as someone like Andy Bless, who's a real monster on the 180, isn't he? A real monster on the combination checkouts. But, the sort of in-betweeny stuff, is he a little bit flaky? Is the combinations not quite where they should be? I don't know. It's easy for me to say, but maybe that's my opinion of the 2 players playing if they do meet tomorrow.
Oh, this is
the first time we met Marcel Walpen.
This is actually quite a funny story. So, Matt and I obviously have done the commentary for the last 12 weeks, but the last time we were in Switzerland was in SDC Tour 3 and 4, and we were there. We stayed in a hotel that was booked for us by Mark, and when we turned up on the day, we weren't really sure if anyone else was staying there or what was going on. So we've just finished the day of darts, and we go into the restaurant, and we're sitting with a bottle of wine, and we see across the other side of the restaurant, we see Marcel Walpen and his partner watching the highlights from his win throughout the day. And we had a bit of a joke that we said, now that Stefan Belmont's entered, has he downgraded phone contract because his darts, currently at the time, he couldn't stop winning. Yeah. And then obviously since Stefan Belmont's come in,
YouTube have stopped sending him premium access requests, haven't they? His screen time on YouTube has gone down the drain in these last few months. But yeah, Marcel Walpen's a real studier of the game, isn't he? He's a real obsessive type about the game of darts. He's always wanting to improve. He's always wanting to study the draw. I was unfortunately in Marcel Walpen's group in the group stages of SDC Tour Event 4.
Did you get a leg?
But even the day before, Marcel Walpen knew that I was in his group. He had studied the draw. He'd studied his potential routes, in the last 16, the last 8, the quarterfinals, who he would meet. He sort of looked at me with a smile and sort of said, "Yep, you're in my group tomorrow."
We're going to be destroyed.
The nod of defeat was already cast over my face.
Yeah. And I think another thing we've not mentioned as well is obviously the Marcel Walpen's the only player in the SDC to go back-to-back 180s. May have done it twice as well now, I think, thinking about it. Definitely an SDC Tour event 3. But we've not had that 7 perfect darts yet. Do you think it's coming tomorrow?
If you ask Marcel Walpen that question, I'm sure he always feels it's just around the corner. In practice, he's said that he's done 7 darts, 8 darts. I don't think he's achieved the 9 darter in practice, but he's saying in his practice that these achievements aren't far away, and I certainly believe him. I mean, I've scored a lot of his games, obviously played against Marcel himself. I don't think he's too far away from that perfect leg. I know that's a goal of his in the 2023-4 season in the SDC, so watch this space.
I know, and obviously speaking of people that obviously like filling the bed, Jochen Groudens as well. Someone that we've not even started talking about yet. I mean, obviously he's someone that hits 180s for fun. If he can get that scoring power going and obviously that flair finishing, everyone knows about the bull 12 bull finish. We've seen Wayne Mardle, Dan Dawson talking about it.
Jochen Groudens and Marcel Walpen are they're both fighting for that sort of second and third favouritism, aren't they, in this tournament? They're being a little bit overshadowed by Stefan Belmont, but they both deserve discussions in their own right, don't they, as brilliant players. They've both produced outrageous spells of quality in various events throughout the course of the year. For Groudens particularly, it's that scoring, isn't it, that you're always drawn to. Yeah. I think we were looking at the 180 statistics today from some of the previous SDC events. Groudens is regularly hitting 12, 13, 14 180s in these SDC events. When you think about it, he's only playing 25 legs of darts. That 180s ratio per leg, it's an incredible feat for Jochen Groudens, and really summarises his game quite perfectly. He's a monster scorer, isn't he? He outscores almost all the players on the SDC. Component where you worry for him is when he's not hitting on the outer ring, when his combinations are failing him, when he's missing big numbers in the setup play, which can occasionally happen.
Well, obviously he's a 3-time winner for a reason, and that is that scoring, as you say. But obviously, when that comes together with the doubling, I think he's a really tough player to really. I mean, I've personally played Jochen, and I found that he was the hardest player I think I've ever played in the game of darts. I mean, I had 1 dart double against him, and I start a leg 140. You think when you start a leg 140, you're going to get darts at double. Maybe if you go to, I think I went ton 40 ton, and then in that leg only got 1 dart at double, 15 dart leg, and you're just thinking, wow. Real touch of quality. And I think one thing that we don't talk about as well is I think a lot of people don't see, they obviously see the darts, is personality wise as well.
Yes, yeah.
I think Jochen Groudens is one of my favourite people to be around the SDC scene. Just a lovely person in general. I think a lot of people.
Outside. 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 Wonderful.
Welcome back, and it's semi-final time. Here's the one we've all been looking forward to. Andy Bless, Liam Lawrence. Perhaps a little surprising not to see Marcel Walton, our main man, five-time tour event winner, not in this stage of the draw, being knocked out by the brilliant Andy Bless. And of course, Liam Lawrence had way too much in the end. Get that Christian Those two looking all the way to winner. Two players. Promises to be a brilliant game. Started the better by Andy Bless. He's got the darts. And he's done everything right so far. Ton to 40. It's been a little while since Andy Bless has been in the winner's enclosure. No win in the new 23 season. Right, that's wrong, of course. Sven Geiger's rather usurped a couple of those likely winners. Those people like Groudens, of course, who hasn't won an event this season. Rocco, of course, hasn't won an event in the 23 season. Bless the same. That man Sven Geiger and his brilliance. But one of these two men, we know that, will be in the final day. Bless for the first time. And the third. Good leg for both. Bless on double 12. Okay. Won't want to get messy here. Does leave it on the outside, okay. Offering Liam an opportunity at 6-4. Just a single number, so it'll be one dart at double 16 for an opening break for Liam. He knows already how the importance of this. What's he got? Oh, it's on the wire again. Goodness me. You could not get closer without it being in. That's right in the heart. And Andy Bless ledges the first leg. Lawrence looks to fill the lot and does fill the lot. Of course, 3 perfect darts. Leg. Andy Bless. Ooh, almost fly back to the save. So Liam. Oh, doesn't make it. 4 perfect darts. Really well here. Both players out, traps, firing. Of course, it's a little bit longer of a greyhound race this time. Every round. First couple of bends not so important. Stamina. It's about your endurance. No stretches for format games. Liam really comfortable with that first 6-leg format, you would think. Played in Germany, being played on the Euro Tour, being played on the Pro Tour, of course. Played in the SDC semi-finals. Liam Lawrence on 125. Might start on the bullseye route. He does, yep. 100 left. Just straight on the 20 for play here. Finds the treble. Double 10. What he scores.
no pressure coming back from Bless this leg. Which I think is maybe the difference at this quality of game, at this level. You know realistically, being 200 plus away, a good player probably won't miss their opportunities. It's not a reason to throw in the towel, but it's certainly makes you feel less bad when they do punish, when they do capitalise. Liam and Lawrence back in again. He certainly wasn't blowing the houses down in the group stages, it'd be fair to say. He rather sort of plodded through, you know, much like the advice to the American golf team was just plod on through. I'd say Liam kind of fitted that description a little bit in the group stages and has only really come to life, I guess, when his back's really been up against the wall or when he's really been tested, which in the last couple of rounds, of course, you're going to be. Having to come through that last leg decider, of course, in the last 16 stages against Luis Camacho. Having it rather his own way in the quarters against Rocco. Last leg decider against Patrick Ray in the last 32 as well. Needed a quick jog of my memory there. Patrick Ray, our group winner, of course, if you were with us 4 or 5 hours ago for our group stage coverage. Good luck for tomorrow, Patrick, if you're watching. Just getting underway in the Joel Brighton-Moser Christian Arnold game. Bound to be a nip and tuck affair, that, as Joel Brighton-Moser takes the first leg. So Liam Mendel-Lawrence, 161. I don't think he'll look at the 17s. He doesn't. Opts for the conservative play. Okay, 104. Leaves himself 57. Single to double combination. Marcel Walpen in the YouTube comments. Great to see. Great to see he's still watching.
Zu Beginn Andy Bless, der etwas bessere Spieler. Nein, Entschuldigung. Joel Breitenmoser, respektiv beide noch sehr, sehr gleich auf. Aber Joel jetzt hier wunderschön im Triple-Segment unterwegs. Und schau an. Die 180 von Joel Breitenmoser gleich im ersten Leg. Andy Bless direkt einmal unter Druck. Steht noch bei 267 Punkte, braucht hier mindestens einen Triple, um in den Finish-Bereich zu kommen. Das hat er nicht und somit klarer Vorteil hier für Joel Breitenmoser. Der dieses erste Leg direkt einmal mitnehmen möchte. Was hat er denn hier gemacht? Das erste Leg geholt. Wow, klasse Finish von Joel Breitenmoser. Leider auf der Kamera nicht perfekt zu sehen, aber 1:0. Oh, Achtung, Andy Bless direkt mit dem Konter. Startet perfekt ins zweite Leg hinein mit der 180. Breitenmoser kann wenig kontern, 95 Punkte. Gar nicht schlecht. Und Achtung, Andy Bless, der wird doch nicht. 6 perfekte Pfeile von Andy Bless. Achtung. Bless auf dem Kurs zum 9-Darter. Gibt's denn sowas? 141 Punkte Rest für Andy Bless. Achtung. Triple 20. Oh. Schade. Da blieb es bei den 3 perfekten Pfeilen. Ich glaube, Joel Breitenmoser ist hier doch ein wenig erleichtert, dass hier gegen ihn nicht ein 9-Darter gespielt wird im Finale. Aber klasse 180er aneinandergereiht von Andy Bless. Richtig stark. Dieser Beginn ins Finale hinein. Klasse gemacht von beiden. Ja, wow, was ist das denn? 12 Darter von Bless zum 1:1. Was ein Leg von The Viper zum Ausgleich in diesem Finale. First to Seven wird übrigens gespielt. Das heißt, wer zuerst 7 Mal die 501 Punkte auf 0 gespielt hat, gewinnt diese Partie. Als sie jetzt neu zugeschaltet haben im Finale. Einfach zur Erklärung. Heute standen ja über 100 Spielerinnen und Spieler wieder am Start in diesem SDC Tour Event 09. Nun sind es nur noch deren zwei, Andy Bliss und Joel Breitenmoser, die sich hier im Finale gegenüberstehen. Bliss kennt sich ja mittlerweile aus in puncto Finalteilnahmen, hat schon einige Finalpartien bestritten, ist ein klasse Spieler. Auch Joel Breitenmoser konnte sich schon einige Male beweisen, aber bisher blieb der große Erfolg aus und soviel ich weiß auch seine erste Finalteilnahme, aber schlägt sich hier bisher richtig, richtig gut. In seinem Anwurfleg ist er wieder da. Steht nach 12 Fragen nach 64 Punkten Rest. Ich sehe noch einmal die Single 16 für die Doppel 16 für Breitenmoser. Die verpasst er, aber er hatte noch Zeit. Lässt noch nicht im Finish-Bereich nach seinem fantastischen Leg vorhin. Kann er da ja doch nochmal nachlegen. Auch er jetzt auf 58 Punkten Druck bei Breitenmoser. Doppel 4. Der muss jetzt sitzen. Oh nein, der war weit weg. Single 13, wilder Dart. Single 18 für die Doppel 20 jetzt bei Bless. Doppel 10. Nein, auch der soll es noch nicht sein. Also noch einmal die Chance für Joel Breitenmoser. Doppel 2. Oh. Der war knapp dran. Alle Pfeile waren knapp dran. Bliss. Auch er mit einigen Pfeilen auf die Doppel, die er jetzt liegen gelassen hat, aber die Doppel 2, die sitzt dann natürlich bei ihm. Andy Bliss ist nun 2:1 vorne in diesem Finale und kann das erst einmal von vorne wegspielen. Das hätte Joel gewinnen müssen, hatte viele Pfeile aufs Doppel, konnte diese aber leider nicht nutzen. Darum jetzt Vorteil bei Andy Bliss nach 3 gespielten Legs. Aber Breitenmoser spielt wirklich richtig stark in diesem Finale, muss man ehrlich sagen. Heute hatte ich von ihm auch schon andere Spiele gesehen. Stark von Bliss, 180 schon wieder. Breitenmoser zum Beispiel gegen Mark Inhelder heute gespielt in den Top 64. Und auch bei anderen Spielen hatte er zwischen 50 bis 60 im Average. Da konnte er sich wirklich noch einmal richtig steigern. Hat er einen klasse Lauf also hingelegt in diesem Turnier. Das gibt es ja immer wieder, dass Spieler auch immer besser werden im Verlauf des Turniers und ihr gesamtes Potenzial ausschöpfen können. Richtig, richtig schön zu sehen, dass Joel heute wirklich einen super Tag erwischt hat. In diesem Finale Andy Bliss herausfordern darf. Jetzt 95 Punkte natürlich gerne gehabt hätte, um sich die 100 Punkte übrig zu lassen. Steht jetzt aber mit 138 Punkten auch bei einem machbaren Finish. Breitenmoser noch zu weit weg. Das ist nicht viel Druck auf Bliss, der jetzt die Chance hat auf das 3:1. Nachdem er sich hier stark gestellt hat. Sollten nur 52, kann das sein? Ich glaube, das war falsch geschrieben, ja. Genau, 52 Punkte Rest. Das kann schon eher stimmen. Jetzt die Single 20 für die Doppel 16, die er sehr gerne mag. Andy Bliss, der war nicht drin, aber der ist drin. 3:1 für Bliss. Blaise wieder mit einem starken Start dieses Leg. Breitenmoser muss da wirklich alles geben im Scoring, dass er da natürlich auch eine Chance hat. Also das wird nicht einfach in diesem Finale. Da muss er noch einiges drauflegen, wenn er Andy Blaise wirklich gefährlich werden will. Ja, 100 Punkte. Gute Aufnahme hier von ihm. Aber Blaise, der Linkshänder, der kann richtig gut scoren, wollte ich sagen. Entschuldigung. Er nimmt hier wieder die Triple 19 mit. Guter Switch nach unten von Blaise. Breitenmoser braucht hier mindestens ein Triple, dass er sich noch Chancen ausrechnen kann in diesem Leg. Ja, und ich glaube, die beiden Triple, die hat er stark gemacht. 115 Punkte Rest. Ist wieder einigermaßen dran in diesem Leg. Sieht mir nach nur 42 Punkten aus. Die Türe, die ist ein Spalt weit offen bei Breitenmoser. Das war jetzt aber schon weit weg. 35 Punkte nur. Für ihn steht also auf 80 Punkten Rest, während Blaise bei 82 Punkten ist. Starker erster Pfeil. Doppel 16 wieder gestellt und wieder gecheckt im ersten Pfeil. Andy Blaise richtig stark unterwegs auf der Doppel 16. 4:1 bereits, so schnell kann es gehen. Und da steht es 4:1. Wow, der Viper richtig gut. So, willkommen wieder zurück im 6. Leg mittlerweile zwischen Andy Blaise und Joel Breitenmoser. Blaise hier sehr unlucky mit dem Bouncer. Da wäre wahrscheinlich auch in der Triple 20 drin gewesen. Hat hier darum jetzt nur 61 Punkte geworfen. Aber Breitenmoser, ja, kann hier kontern. Super Aufnahme hier von Joel Breitenmoser. 112 Punkte geworfen. Stellt sich hier die 132 Punkte Rest, was durchaus machbar sein sollte. Aber Blaise, wow, der ist so stark auf dieser Triple 19. 171 Punkte geworfen für 28 Punkte Rest. Breitenmoser hätte hier das High Finish schon fast sicher benötigt, um hier noch eine Chance zu haben. 100 Punkte immerhin geworfen, okay. Druck da bei Blaise jetzt auf der Doppel 14, aber ja, der lässt sich nicht beirren. Das ist bockstark von Andy Blaise. 5:1. Breitenmoser kann hier nur noch grinsen. Der weiß, da wird nicht viel zu holen sein heute in diesem Finale gegen einen bestechend aufspielenden Andy Blaise. Wirklich richtig gut, was der heute zeigt. Andy Blaise, der Viper, wieder einmal ist er zur Stelle. wenn ja, wohl Marcel Alpen, natürlich war er wieder zurück, ist wieder zurück nach seinem Armbruch, aber man merkt auch, er ist nicht bei 100%, zumindest nicht in allen Spielen. Hat er heute auch richtig gut gespielt. War 97 im Average kurz gespielt, aber in entscheidenden Spielen hat er aktuell vielmals die Nase nicht vorne, zieht den kürzeren oftmals in diesen Begegnungen und das dürfte Cello Walpen natürlich auch stören. Der hat da natürlich keine Freude. Moser wieder richtig gut unterwegs. 84 Punkte getroffen, wieder als erstes im Finish-Bereich drin, also vom Scoring her. Ja, in einzelnen Phasen, klar, kann er sich was vorwerfen, aber oftmals ist er eigentlich gut dabei und hat da, ja, vielleicht ist auch eine Timing-Frage, ab und zu einmal ein wenig Pech, muss man ganz ehrlich so sagen. 43 Punkte, zum Beispiel jetzt wäre eine hohe Aufnahme wichtig gewesen, um dieses Lag dann auch nach Hause bringen zu können. Das sieht hier trotzdem natürlich noch gut aus. Andy Bless lässt sich hier den Big Fish stehen. 108 Punkte, ja, jetzt nicht mehr möglich für Breitenmoser. Kann sich nur stellen, tut das aber mit der 24 Punkte Rest. Aber Achtung, Bless geht da noch aufs Bullseye. Aber das hätte er ebenfalls dann verfehlt gehabt. Doppel 12 jetzt für Joel Breitenmoser zum 2:5 Anschluss. Fragezeichen. Nein, auch den kann er nicht nutzen. Andy Bless Single Bull. Nein, das ist ein anderer Weg. Macht es mit 2 Pfeilen. Okay. Hätte ich hier eher das Single Bull erwartet. Der häufigere genutzte Weg. Breitenmoser Doppel 3 jetzt gesucht. Ja, da wurden bereits alle 3 Pfeile geworfen. Den zweiten hat man fast nicht gesehen. Aber der wäre auch nicht im Doppelfeld drin. Doppel 10 jetzt für Bliss zum 6:1. Das tut jetzt natürlich langsam schon weh. Bliss verpasst hier Breitenmoser eine Abreibung. 6:1, die Führung für den Viper. 83er Average ist stark. Natürlich nicht überragend, das haben wir schon höher gesehen, aber teilweise wirklich richtig gute Darts, die hier geworfen werden in diesem Finalspiel des SDC Tour Events 09 hier live aus Hausen im Kanton Aargau. Sehr, sehr schöne Halle haben wir hier. Ich kommentiere ja auch live hier vor Ort, nachdem unsere Kollegen aus England zuvor kommentiert haben. Habe ich jetzt ja noch das Finalspiel übernommen, damit ihr hier auch eine kommentierte Version habt. Darum vielleicht der Ton nicht optimal. Aber ich denke, besser wie nichts sollte es allemal sein. So, ist das bereits das letzte Leg, das wir sehen? Es sieht ganz danach aus, außer Breitenmoser gibt hier jetzt noch einmal Vollgas und zündet das Comeback. Aber ja, die Weichen stehen ganz klar auf Sieg für Bless. Und für Breitenmoser scheint es heute nicht mehr viel zu holen zu geben in diesem Finalspiel. Aber ich denke, der Finaleinzug, das war schon ein richtig starkes Ergebnis für Breitenmoser. Kann sich definitiv freuen über diesen Finaleinzug. Und Bless ein weiterer Turniersieg wird ihm gut tun. Der auch schon bittere Niederlagen einstecken müssen hier bei der SDC. Zum Beispiel beim letzten Saisonfinale. Das hat richtig geschmerzt, das hat man ihm angesehen. als er gegen Stefan Belmont verloren hat. Achtung, jetzt Matchstart für Andy Bliss zum Turniersieg? Fragezeichen. Oh ja, Doppel 9, die ist es, 96er Checkout zum Turniersieg. Game Shot and the Tournament für Andy Bliss. 7:1 siegt er hier also. Andy Bliss, richtig, richtig stark. Ich weiß nicht, was er hier noch in die Kamera gesagt hat. Ja, das habe ich natürlich nicht gehört. Aber herzliche Gratulation an Andy Bliss. Richtig, richtig stark gespielt. Turniersieg, also für ihn. Auf jeden Fall verdient. Und somit verabschieden wir uns für heute von diesem Turnier. Vielen Dank, dass ihr dabei gewesen seid heute im Stream. Wir hoffen, dass morgen alles flüssig läuft. Entschuldigung, dass hier ab und zu einmal etwas ausfällt. In Turnhallen, da ist es nicht ganz so einfach. Aber wir geben definitiv unser Bestes. Also macht's gut und bis morgen. Ciao, ciao.
Komm, machen wir schnell. Niet over